Good morning. Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. We are awaiting Vice President JD Vance to give the commencement address at the United States Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland, just outside of Washington, D.C. And it's a beautiful day in the United States, in our federal city, and I hope it is the case for you in your neck of the woods. I'm Robert McNeely. Just about 9:01 Eastern, and that's 6 a.m. on the West Coast. If you're up bright and early with us enjoying your coffee, thank you for tuning in to your go-to live desk to cover not only your president and your vice president, but also your 119th Congress. And what are they now saying about this big, beautiful bill that was passed in the early morning hours just yesterday? President Trump's one big, beautiful bill, a once-in-a-generation opportunity to cement an America First agenda of prosperity, opportunity, and security into law, is one step closer to the finish line following its passage by the United States House of Representatives. So now it goes to the Senate, and there are some amendments, there are some hurdles there, but it should find itself in a very pure form on the other side of the bicameral chamber, and then going to President Trump's resolute desk for his forthcoming signature. Here's what they're saying about the one big beautiful bill. The American Farm Bureau Federation President Zippy Duvall Farm Bureau applauds the House passage of H.R. 1, which modernizes Farm Bill programs and extends and improves critical tax provisions that benefit America's small farmers and ranchers. Updated through tough economic times, these reference prices will provide the most certainty farmers have had in years in this country. Making business tax deductions permanent and continuing current estate tax exemptions will ensure thousands of families will be able to pass their farms to the next generation. So we urge the Senate to work together and swiftly pass legislation to deliver much needed relief to America's farm and ranch families. And there shouldn't be as much trouble considering that the United States Senate has a 53-47 advantage for the Republicans. Of course, there's 45 Democrats, but two of the independents, Bernie Sanders and Angus King, caucus with the Democrats. U.S. Chamber of Commerce Executive Vice President Neil Bradley said the House sent a clear message today. American workers and businesses want and need permanent tax relief. A competitive, pro-growth tax code doesn't just grow the overall United States economy, it raises wages for workers and improves the lives of every single American. The legislation passed out of the House this morning, which was yesterday, of course, contains critical measures that support Main Street businesses, enhances America's global competitiveness, and bolsters sustained economic growth. The chamber commends Speaker Mike Johnson for his leadership and commitment to ensuring the permanence of President Trump's pro-growth tax reforms, and applauds the lawmakers involved in driving this effort forward. So we encourage the Senate to continue to move the legislative process forward to deliver lasting benefits for American workers and businesses. Airlines for America. A4A commends the House passing the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, which includes a critical investment in $12.5 billion for American manufacturing and modernizing the Federal Aviation Administration's air traffic facilities, systems, and infrastructure. ATC staffing shortages and antiquated equipment, such as the copper wires, the floppy disks, and paper strips, have been a serious concern for years. This is something that Secretary Duffy really detailed with Pete Buttigieg in his failed tenure during the AutoPen administration. Of course, Pete was the DEI hire, and we know that he could not even run the city of South Bend, Indiana, how much his residents were disgusted with the way he divided the residents and the police, and now he's living up in Traverse City, Michigan. You know, Pete, maybe you should try for that Michigan Senate seat, but I think the people of Michigan will reject you. God knows the people of the United States of America do not want you to be president of the United States. But this funding is a vital down payment on updating the system that guides 27,000 flights, 2.7 million passengers, and 61,000 tons of cargo every single day in the United States and abroad. The legislation also makes smart strategic investments in Customs and Border Patrol personnel and training for the aviation workforce of tomorrow. This is all while supporting American energy dominance in aviation fuel production. So we encourage the Senate to move swiftly to pass the bill and send it to the president. As we go through these quotes from great business leaders and in public and private life throughout the country. Thank you to our sponsors, Colonial Metals Group, your go-to guide for gold and silver, something much needed now. It's not just about properties and assets or a 401k and IRA. I'm sure that you have that all figured out. This is a group of smart viewers here at the network. But what about gold and silver? Because it's gone up over 7,000% since 1971. Think about this. Since the Nixon administration, when they went off the gold standard, gold has only gained in value, and it is your best bet against inflation, and it's really something special for your savings. So scan that QR code now, shield those savings today, or go to freegoldguy.com/RSBN. No obligation. Right there for you and your family to find out what's needed against things like the Chinese Communist Party playing war games. They had those Confucius Institutes in the United States. They also were buying up primetime farmland. Well, that's all changing, thank God, under President Trump and Republican leadership. But nonetheless, gold and silver protecting your savings today. Thank you to Colonial Metals Group and Paul Stone, the CEO of truly the best business in the organization. President Trump recently signed a powerful executive order to lower prescription drug prices across the country. This is a major step in drug freedom and getting away from big pharma and reducing those costs. So All Family Pharmacy is the pharmacy that is not waiting, but rather taking control while the system of big pharma drags its feet against you, the American people. All Family Pharmacy is stepping up now to support that vision and put control back into the hands of you, the fine American people out there. With a summer sale now running through the end of June, all the way through June 30th, right now, you could get 20% off site-wide. That's with code RSBN20, 20% off, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. No insurance needed. The company works with licensed doctors in all 50 states, and your prescriptions are shipped fast and directly to your door. Whether you're ordering ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, methylene blue, antibiotics, emergency medical kits, or even 200 essential medications available, it's time to stock up and protect yourself in case there's an emergency. You never know, especially with the way the weather has been in the southeast over the course of the last 6 months. We know what happened in western North Carolina, Alabama, Georgia, even Tennessee with all of those natural disasters. If you believe in medical freedom and being prepared for what's ahead, this is the pharmacy for you. So head over to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, code RSBN20, 20% off your order right now. Take control of your health today and make America healthy again. As we're looking at roughly 10 minutes after the top of the hour, we are awaiting Vice President JD Vance and a commencement address from the United States Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland. Truly, congratulations to all 2025 graduates, but there's something special about those in the military academies. It's not easy to achieve. They're amongst the best. They're amongst the bravest, and all volunteer force that goes on to serve as officers throughout the branches of the United States military. We're now again a meritocracy. Transgender BS has been driven out of the military thanks to our Pentagon chief, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, and the experts that are surrounding President Trump and their wisdom that they give him on a daily basis to make sure that the homeland is secure. Just this week, we talked about the Golden Dome happening, a vision that was from President Ronald Reagan nearly 40 years ago, and President Trump bringing that to reality. And thank God for that, because other countries like the Gulf states, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Israel, many in the Middle East have these golden domes, and it's something that will protect us from sea to shining sea. The National Cattlemen's Beef Association president, Buck Werbane, says that cattle farmers and ranchers need Congress to invest in cattle health, strengthen our resources against foreign animal disease, support producers recovering from disasters and depredation, and pass tax relief that protects family farms and reaches out to those who are putting food on our table, especially the future generations of ranchers and farmers. It's a family business, and there's perhaps nothing more important than food security ultimately for our great country. Thankfully, this reconciliation bill includes all of these key priorities, and the NCBA was proud to help pass this bill in the House, and we will continue pushing for these policies until the bill is signed into law. Uber CEO Dara Khosrowshahi. Big news from D.C. The House just passed President Trump's tax bill, bringing no tax on tips one step closer to the finish line. While it still needs to clear the Senate, this is a big win for hardworking Uber drivers and couriers across the country. A lot of people rely on those tips to get by day and to make that their own personal priority and income when they're in between jobs or what have you. So we rely on that as consumers here in this great country to get one way or the other. And isn't it funny, so many years now, technology. I remember growing up, one of the biggest rules was don't get in a car with a stranger. That's changed because of Uber. They have changed our society, but what a great service that is. And the people who are driving there deserve to not be taxed on their tips. Jobs Creator Network CEO Alfredo Ortiz, congratulations to President Trump and Speaker Johnson for passing their reconciliation bill in the House. This bill offers historic tax cuts for small businesses and ordinary Americans by making the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent and expanding key provisions such as the small business tax deduction, which Job Creators Network was the loudest voice for. This bill offers significant tax relief for decades to come. It will allow small businesses, the backbone of the American economy, to expand, hire, raise wages, and reinvest in the communities they care most about, ushering in new economic golden eras on behalf of all small businesses. JCN thanks President Trump and Speaker Johnson for their leadership passing this bill, which the media said could not be done on this aggressive timeline. Now it's time for the Senate to follow suit and pass similar legislation, which includes the House's key small business tax cuts, as soon as possible. Promises made, promises kept. And mind you, this bill passed 215 to 214 through reconciliation. Not one single Democrat voted for it. Shame on the Democrat Party. I'm not even going to call them the Democrat Party anymore, because demos is Greek for of the people. And they once were, back during those conceptions of the Andrew Jackson days of 1828. It was the party that was truly for small people, the middle class, the lower class, against the liberal Republican establishment, the New England Republicans that were led by John Quincy Adams of the time, who were for the big businesses. That's changed so much over the course of nearly 200 years, and they are an amoeba that is truly communist, socialist in nature, and they are failing the American people. And some reason they're still obsessed with transgender policies and putting men in women's sports. So I'm not sure why. I don't get it. Like President Trump said, this isn't 80-20, this is 93-7. And the Democrats are truly on the wrong side of history. But you know who's on the right side of history? Well, not only us here at the network, but our great sponsors, angelpaste.com. Experience the miracle today. It's a Christian-based company in Spring, Texas. Yes, the Lone Star State. And I'm wearing my boots today, so I love me some Texas. It's right off the Gulf of America. And they are bringing you the best miracle creams that will leave your skin glowing, refreshed, and they're actually healthy to put on your skin. So think about this, vitamin B infused miracle cream, non-GMO, no chemicals. It's amazing. You've seen me try it here on the network. My skin was glowing, it was refreshed. I still could pick up a tackle box. So there are good products for men and women alike. You have the vitamin C orange option. It's immunity boosting. It's just fantastic to have. And then there's also the natural mosquito repellent and a facial spray for guys and gals to paint the town red. So go check out all of their great and new products. Experience the miracle today. AngelPaste.com, Christian owned. They hire veterans right there in the Lone Star State of Texas. Thank you for sponsoring us on the right side of history. And you have to check out AMAC as well. This is a great organization. It's all about saving money for you, the American people, because here's a dirty little secret. Things like AARP, they have some of the biggest lobbyists in all of DC. And they're not watching out for seniors. They're not watching out for the American people. But AMAC is doing just that. amac.us/RSBN. You can become a member for as low as $12 a year. Think about this. And you don't have to be a senior citizen. You can start buying into that right now. Protect your savings, protect your retirement, but also watch out for great patriots like you and me. So save money, save America, amac.us/RSBN. Become a member now for as low as $12 a year. This is the better option. This is people who actually truly care about what we believe in, the First Amendment, our Bill of Rights, our constitutional principles, one nation under God, unlike some of those big state globalist wackadoodles who want to control seniors and their assets. Not AMAC. AMAC is watching out for you. amac.us/RSBN. Thank you for your sponsorship on the right side of history as we are going through what they are saying about this big, beautiful bill. And for some reason, you have this was really great last night. So I'm talking to a dear friend of mine, and they mentioned that, it's not really the lamestream media, it's not the mainstream media, it's the legacy media. It is people in Washington, D.C. who sit in the front row, that might be changing soon, in that press briefing office, who want to pontificate and make storylines up about narratives when Caroline Leavitt clearly has answered the question or President Trump has addressed the situation, but then they want to spin it and make it into their own story. It's not journalism, it's opinion pieces. And we don't shy away from that here on the right side of history. We'll tell you we are biased, we are supporting the president's agenda. We're also analyzing it for you, and then we bring you the speeches, we bring you the entirety of these press conferences, we bring you the hearings. So ultimately you, the American people, can make up your mind about what's going on inside and outside of the Beltway. So that's, I think, a new term. I really thought, you know what, that's a great idea. They are the legacy media, and terminology does matter, so I might be using that in the future here. Those legacy media types, there's an agenda. Not here. Our agenda is you, the American people, and saving this great country nearly 250 years young, and we're honored that you would join us in that effort to make America great again. Now, the National Association of Manufacturers President and CEO Jay Timmons, today's House passage of the historic legislation marks a major victory for manufacturers across America. This pro-growth legislation preserves crucial tax policies that will enable manufacturers to create jobs, invest in their communities, grow here and at home, and compete globally. In short, this is a manufacturer's Bill of Rights. This is a pivotal moment. It's time to double down on policies that encourage manufacturers to invest and create jobs in America and keep our industry strong and our nation competitive on the world stage. Because when manufacturing wins, America wins. And this has been something that has been talked about really since the Reagan days. I can remember growing up, going to high school, and Yeah, I had this terrible guidance counselor. She was one of the worst human beings on the face of the earth. I still think one of the worst people I've ever met. And you know me, I'm jovial, I'm optimistic, but she was as teachers union as it got. So I started the high school, or the Teenage Republicans, way back in the day. So this is during the Bush years. And I was a Richie Cunningham of sorts, but anywho, I walked into her office and it was adorned with Bill Clinton buttons and things of that nature. She was clearly a Democrat, and she said, you know, we need to manufacture things overseas. And I would take her to task on that. And I said, you know what's funny about you? You're actually going against your union friends, the people who want to work in manufacture and put good goods on the table so that we not only can have smoother and easier times with our jobs, competition is up, therefore the cost of living is down. All of these good things happening throughout the economy. She didn't seem to believe that. But I was always happy to remind her of those things. And it was amazing because we had one of the greatest community colleges right down the street from me. I still think it's highly competitive throughout the country, where they had trade jobs and where you could go apprentice for some great people who would literally teach you how to do these trades. And this person actually said, I'll never forget this, to a bunch of students, you don't want to do that. You have to go to that four-year college or institution. Being in the trades, being an apprentice, that's the past. Well, 20 or so years later, nothing could be further from the truth. And I like to chuckle thinking about that person way back when. I won't share her name because it's not worth your time right now, but the Business Roundtable president and COO, Kristen Silverberg, under Speaker Johnson's leadership, the House has achieved a major milestone toward extending and strengthening President Trump's historic tax reform. Business Roundtable commends the House on taking a giant step forward to protect and boost the economic benefits that tax reform delivered for American businesses, workers, and family. This is pro-growth. This is pro-tax packages for the American people. And as the Senate prepares to act on this, get ready, because President Trump is ready to sign this as soon as possible. So where does this all leave you? With your finances, the future of your wallet, and saving for those big things in life, especially retirement, might want to make a visit over to Colonial Metals Group. Paul Stone, the CEO, has been on this network countless times talking about the importance of gold and silver in your portfolio. It's freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Scan the QR code now. Shield those savings today. And with China acting up as they normally do, with Taiwan, their war games, or sending tariffs our direction, remember their Confucius Institutes on our college campuses? How about buying up primetime farmland in the United States next to our military bases? But thanks to Republican governors, thanks to President Trump, they said, knock it off. Who else could stand up to Xi Jinping, otherwise known as Winnie the Pooh, or Vladimir Putin? There's only one Donald John Trump, and thank God he's the 47th Commander-in-Chief. But regardless of who's in charge, you might have properties, assets, 401ks, and IRAs, all good for your savings, but there's nothing better than gold and silver. Even Patriot Judge Jeanine Pirro, who's going to be outstanding in D.C. as the federal attorney under this administration, at least in the interim, she loves this group, and we endorse this group wholeheartedly. They are the best in the business. So Colonial Metals Group, freegoldguide.com/RSBN. It's your go-to for financial freedom and securing wealth against inflation. And mypillow.com/RSBN. Many of you are probably off to the beach this weekend as we celebrate those who have sacrificed that last full measure of devotion and those white cobblestones that are not only at Arlington Cemetery, but throughout the country, who have laid down their lives in defense of this great nation. This is the kickoff to unofficial summertime in the United States, so nothing better to visit than mypillow.com/RSBN. 50% off the beach sale. Promo code RSBN. Don't delay. Call today. 800-836-7566. Support Mr. Mike Lindell and RSBN by shopping now. mypillow.com/RSBN. Save with code RSBN. Easy to remember. And as President Trump said in Warren, Michigan earlier this month, is there any better marketer than Mike Lindell, and I don't think there is. Perhaps they'll have a show after President Trump is done serving, which will be a very sad day for me, I think for all of us, January of 2029. But God willing, as President Trump has put it, maybe it's going to be JD Vance, who we'll hear from today with the commencement from the United States Naval Academy. Maybe it's Marco Rubio. We'll see who takes the reins, but in the meantime, it's a golden era. And thank you to Mike Lindell and mypillow.com/RSBN for sponsoring us here on the right side of history. So we get to the bottom of the hour. We'll continue to analyze what people are saying about this great one big beautiful bill, which passed the House just yesterday in the early morning hours by a vote of 215 to 214. Of course, you had the showboating Thomas Massie, who should be primaried. I look forward to donating to whoever is going to be running against him, the Kentucky Republican who just likes to be a grandstander and try to make a name for himself. It's a real shame because I think most of us agree on the right side of history where he would stand as a libertarian, but I don't know why he would want to support Democrats in their efforts to prevent great tax policy and relief for the American people. The National Association of Wholesaler Distributors CEO Eric Hoplet, we applaud the House of Representatives for passing the One Big Beautiful Bill Act and extend our sincere thanks to Speaker Mike Johnson, Chairman Jason Smith, the Ways and Means Committee, and House leadership for championing this pro-business, pro-worker legislation. This is a win for the American people who roll up their sleeves on a daily basis to power our economy. Entrepreneurs who build businesses from the ground up and the workers who keep them running. This is why we urge the United States Senate to act swiftly and send this bill to the president's desk so that America's job creators and workers can keep driving our economy forward. This bill makes the 199A deduction permanent and expands this to a 23% decrease, helping millions of small businesses, including most wholesaler distributors. As you see a live look there now of the United States Naval Academy, a beautiful sight of our midshipmen. It raises the death tax exemption, protecting family-owned businesses, and restores vital incentives that encourage investment, innovation, and long-term economic growth for this great nation. Such a win that took place yesterday. And Vice President JD Vance is going to speak at the commencement of the United States Naval Academy, based out of Annapolis, Maryland. These are the midshipmen. Yeah, they had a heck of a football year, and so did their rivals, the Army, at West Point, and President Trump will be there tomorrow, in fact, so stay tuned for that coverage tomorrow morning. Great to celebrate all of our graduates. Congratulations to the class of 2025. It's something so special, and so many years later now, it's great that I can just call up my friends during my college years. They are formative. They really build you and propel you into the world. And I'm so excited to hear from the Vice President today. But as President Trump said at University of Alabama, where legends are made, back on May 1st of this year, keep that momentum going. How I would buy into that youth. Youth is everything. Go in there and risk. Take those calculated risks. If something's not working out in a certain neighborhood or a certain area, go and move to another part of the country. I've done it. It's been incredibly rewarding. And in turn, you end up with some of the best friends that you could ever imagine and the people that God brings into your life. And it's truly a blessing. So again, congratulations to everyone who's graduating this year, but especially our midshipmen, especially our Black Knights who will celebrate tomorrow, the Army and Navy, some of the best among us, who will go on to careers into the military and who will be officers upon graduation with a 6-year enlistment. And that's at the very least. These are volunteers and some of the best in our country. So God bless you. We're excited to hear from the Vice President and, of course, the President tomorrow. Well, stick with us as we'll hear this beautiful commencement address live from Annapolis, Maryland, the United States Naval Academy, roughly 30 minutes from now. Stick with us. We'll take a quick commercial break.
You've heard how hard it can be to get access to medications like ivermectin, all the things they don't want you to take because they're actually effective and they don't cost all that much, right? You've seen that one before. So it's critical to have something like that on hand for any emergency and to be prepared in a time of crisis. And that's why I want to tell you about All Family Pharmacy. They're cutting through the nonsense and they make it easy to get hard to find medications when you need them most. They'll provide the prescription, no hoops to jump through, no waiting room, no hassle, and they deliver it right to your door. All Family Pharma even lets you order in bulk so you can stay ahead of the curve. Head over to allfamilypharmacy.com for 10% off your first order. Again, allfamilypharmacy.com. It's simple. Get the 10% savings. Be prepared.
I'm Elmer Heinrich, the 91-year-old formulator of Immuno 150, an incredible nutritional supplement. There's nothing like it. Now, Immuno 150 is different because it contains 70 plant-derived minerals and 80 other nutrients. Dr. Linus Pauling, known for vitamin C, was instrumental in convincing me to get into the mineral business in 1983. He said the world is sick due to a lack of minerals in topsoil. He said the body needs 60 minerals, but the average food and supplement has no more than 12. That's the reason for Immuno 150. Since its inception, it's had a powerful impact on the lives of thousands of people who could not get any help from various supplements they took or their doctor. Now I suggest you try Immuno 150 to see what 70 minerals, CoQ10, and 80 nutrients can do for you. Look at the 2 videos on our website. Millions have. Now consider placing an order for Immuno 150 online or call our toll-free number. I know you'll be glad you did. I'm Elmer Heinrich, the 91-year-old formulator.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network Live, and thank you to our sponsors. As we await Vice President JD Vance, the commencement address, the United States Naval Academy, the midshipmen had a heck of a football season. Hopefully they build on that, as well as their rivals, the Black Knights of Army at West Point. President Trump will be there tomorrow morning, and what a privilege for these people who are giving their lives to the United States to serve. Meritocracy is back once again, a golden era. And as Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said, it's about military readiness and lethal ability. And these are the best of the best. As you see the vice presidential motorcade, at least one of the Suburbans there. Always a joy to be with you. I'm Robert McNeely on this beautiful Friday. It's Friday. Thank God it's Friday. I love Fridays. It's wonderful to see this as May 23rd, 2025. This will be a wonderful celebration to enjoy our midshipmen, the youngest, the best, and brightest amongst us. And we'll take you there live right as we see Vice President JD Vance. Not getting an image of him at the moment, but I am excited to see what he will be saying today. He is an inspiration in his own right. Think about his career. So he grows up in Appalachia. If you've read or not read Hillbilly Elegy, read that. Or watch the great film with Glenn Close is in that. Ron Howard directed it. Actually, way back when, the very first movie I ever did. Actually, I had the privilege of working with Ron Howard. What a gentleman and someone who's a true expert at his craft. But this life that JD Vance has lived is the American dream. It's an inspiration to countless young people, not only as the youngest member of the Young Republicans ascending to the highest office possible at 40 years old, but the third youngest vice president in history. To go what he went through, to graduate high school, to then serve voluntarily as a Marine in Iraq, and then to come back and attend The Ohio State University, to go on and get his law degree and meet the love of his life, Usha. It's nothing short of extraordinary. And he's the kind of person we need in government. President Trump saw his talent and decided to say, you know what, JD, I think we're going to run together. We're going to make America great again. And he was the best pick and the right pick for this job. Truly an extraordinary vice president. And as we're seeing now, it's the staff and faculty walking in for the commencement ceremony, the midshipmen at attention to welcome those who have been teaching them over the course of the last 4 or so years, not only military readiness, but how to be prepared for life and those things perhaps beyond the military. But we know with these gentlemen and ladies of the highest order will be at least serving 6 years in the United States Navy and then go on to either long careers within the Navy or leave that for civilian life or perhaps public service. Perhaps amongst this group, a future president, vice president, or even congressman. And these are the type of people we need in public service because they are the best and brightest among us. It's important to take care of your health in this country, especially with making America healthy again, the initiative of not only President Trump, but also Secretary Kennedy. And President Trump recently signed a powerful executive order to lower prescription drug prices across the country. This is a major step in the fight for affordable health care. But while the system drags its feet, some pharmacies are truly pushing back to protect you, the American people. And the number one pharmacy doing that is All Family Pharmacy. They're stepping up now to support that vision and put control back in the hands of the American people. So go to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN for RSBN 20. That is 20% off. And right now, you can get everything off 20% off site-wide through June 30th. A great deal as we go into summertime. No insurance needed. The company works with licensed doctors in all 50 states, and your prescriptions are shipped fast and directly to your door. Whether you're ordering ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, methylene blue, antibiotics, emergency medical kits, or your daily medications, now is the time to stock up. If you believe in medical freedom and being prepared for what's ahead, this is the pharmacy for you. So head on over to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. There's code RSBN20, and that's 20% off your entire order. So let's take control of our health today because we know the big globalists, big pharma as well, they want those petroleum-produced Rockefeller-esque medications. You're smarter than that. You know what works for you, and you know what works for your family. So allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Take control of your health today. Let's make America healthy again. And speaking of making America healthy again, Brightcore, made in the USA, Kimchi One, their premier product. It's about gut health, immune support, anti-aging properties, and Kim Bright, a great patriot, bringing this to you, the good American people. So call today. Do not delay. 888-722-0936. If you call, you will get 50% off of that order. So a great deal there. This is non-GMO, no chemicals. Now, if for some reason you can't call today, you'll still get 25% off by visiting mybrightcore.com/RSBN and ordering through the website there. So Brightcore, made in the USA, Kimchi One. This is great. I've tried this myself. It's a fantastic gut health probiotic and prebiotics that will clear that brain fog. Sometimes you get working, especially into the afternoon, or you might be stressed trying to get out to that weekend vacation this weekend for Memorial Day, and it's, where did I leave this? Oh my gosh, I left the garage open, whatever it might be. You forget something. Oh, I didn't set the alarm, whatever it is. Kimchi One can help with that because it will make sure that that brain fog goes away. It all starts health in the gut. It's crucial to making America healthy again. So thank you to Brightcore, Kimchi One, their premier product made in the USA, and to Kim Bright, the great CEO of this organization, for sponsoring us on the right side of history. And the midshipmen are still standing, waiting for their commencement ceremony outside there on the football field, where they had a heck of a season this past year. We have the seal of Vice President, the American flag, the Vice Presidential flag as well, as we await our 50th Vice President, JD Vance, the commencement address to the United States Naval Academy, live from Annapolis, Maryland, a beautiful community just outside of our wonderful federal city. And it's a lovely day for that as we look towards Memorial Day and weekend celebrations. I hope you get to spend time for you and yours and to remember these good people, and especially those not only who wore the uniform, but those who died wearing the uniform, who stormed the beaches of Iwo Jima, who are immortalized from Omaha all the way to the shores of Tripoli. and the conflicts that we've been involved with over 250 years, think about the strength of these individuals who don that uniform. They are the best among us. They are people that are selflessly serving this great country and willing to die for it. And this president is so committed to them. And you see their excitement, and we especially saw that in Qatar when it was a rip-roaring. It felt like your traditional Trump rally from yesteryear, which was just last year, but an exciting time as we celebrate the 2025 graduates. Congratulations to all, but especially our military. And please reflect on that, visit a grave site. Memorial Day is about those who laid down their lives. In fact, as many have put it, especially with World War II, or you go back to the Civil War, the Great War, of course, World War I, which was supposed to end all wars and all of these countless conflicts. Really what happens with these young people is that 2 lives are stolen. It's not only their youth, but the lives they were going to live. Their future husbands, wives, their kids, the generations that were robbed or never had a chance because they laid down their lives for freedom. So we think about them this weekend as we look forward to a Marine veteran himself, Vice President JD Vance, to address the United States Naval Academy, the midshipmen. Congratulations to the 2025 graduates. We're breaking down this big, beautiful bill that was passed yesterday as well. The National Association of Wholesaler Distributors CEO Eric Hoplin, we applaud the House of Representatives for passing the One Big Beautiful Bill Act and extend our sincere thanks to Speaker Mike Johnson and Chairman Jason Smith, the Ways and Means Committee, for their hard work on this, and the House leadership for really being champions of small business, pro-worker legislation. This is a win for the American people. And this is something that can allow people to roll up their sleeves from the ground up and power our economy and entrepreneurs who build businesses every single day in this great nation. It raises the death tax exemption, protecting family-owned businesses, and restores vital initiatives that encourage investment, innovation, and long-term economic growth. The Small Business and Entrepreneurship Council President and CEO Karen Kerrigan said that H.R. 1 delivers a big, beautiful boost to the United States entrepreneurship and small businesses. The SBE Council applauds the United States House passage of this critically important legislation, in addition to the permanent tax relief and incentives that will help entrepreneurs start small businesses and support the employees. Various measures in the legislation correctly fit various federal programs and functions that have gone awry and consequently have undermined fiscal accountability and the private sector. So this will be a big benefit package to the entire United States economy and to business owners, and we look forward to it being passed by the Senate and ultimately signed by President Trump. So what does this mean for your wallet? You could have properties, assets, 401ks, or IRAs, all wonderful to have, but what about gold and silver? Colonial Metals Group really is the best in the business, and whether it is going to the QR code now, scanning that for shielding your savings, or freegoldguide.com/RSBN, this is the best group in the entire business, quite frankly. freegoldguide.com/RSBN, it is your go-to. With the Chinese Communist Party acting the way they are, with the war games against Taiwan or the inflation that they're causing throughout the world with their manipulation of currency or buying up prime time farmland in the United States around military bases, this is what you need to do in order to protect your retirement. So scan the QR code now or go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Truly your go-to on the right side of history. Thank you to Paul Stone for sponsoring us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live, and Kalshi.com/RSBN. Just take a look under my chin there, get that QR code scanned, and You can see all of those live bets trade on the most important questions really affecting all of the country right now. From sports to politics to culture, it's always fun. Like, will egg prices continue to go down? Very simple questions, but you could trade and bet on that. Site, kalshi.com/RSBN. Thank you for sponsoring us on the right side of history. As we await Vice President JD Vance at a commencement address for the United States Naval Academy taking place right about now, and they're standing, so we'll see if we get a glimpse of the Vice President. Not quite yet, it looks like. It just looks like there are staff and senior members of the United States Navy and faculty as well. We'll see if we get any glimpse of the Vice President as they ascend those steps, and soon, not only the great words of Vice President Vance, but also these midshipmen will be walking across that stage at attention and receiving their diplomas. It's a monumental day for them as they enter now 6 years of service to the United States Navy. And beyond that, perhaps they will become future admirals leading this great institution, or they might go into public life. They might go into office as congressmen, perhaps in that crowd, a future president or vice president, as the 50th vice president will be addressing them very shortly. And it's really appropriate because this vice president is a Marine veteran, part of the Department of the Navy, so they share that in common, these midshipmen and the fighting force known as the Marines. No one tougher, no one better to have in your corner in engagements that have stood the test of time. Think about this, 250 years and the enemies that we've had, from the Tripoli pirates right from the beginning to the British Empire, all the way to fascism and communism. We have crushed evil ideologies in and around our country and throughout the world. And these wonderful people take that same oath as the president and the vice president do to defend our founding documents and our Constitution and our way of life against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And they do so in such a way that puts them in harm's way. It's a fitting time this weekend to reflect upon that, as the countless Americans that have laid down their lives in order that we have what we have in this great country. Think about, most of us are able to turn on water every day and take a shower. We have shelter. We can go through a fast food lane and get food pretty much instantly. We have access to information from these little computers we carry around in a heartbeat. And it's due to the American ethos. It's due to this great experiment, a liberal idea at the time that man could self-govern, but that they would also have to respect not only Republican way of life, not the party, but law and order, that all people are equal under God, and that those inalienable rights come from God himself. It's bestowed upon each and every human being. And I would have loved to be a fly on the wall in Independence Hall, a great place to visit if you have not, because you feel the energy, the spirits of the great men who came together. And God did bring them together in order to create the greatest nation that has ever existed. Scholars in their own right, who understood history, who understood government, who understood the plight of man and the fact that men could be corrupted, and that three branches of government co-equal would watch one another, and that we should not be ruled by a king, but rather ourselves, men of goodwill, but also respecting the fact that we come from the divine creator. It's very clear in our founding documents, especially when you read Federalist Papers, especially when you read the writings of Thomas Jefferson and of James Madison. And sadly, the far left wants to turn this into, again, it's those words like I was talking about with my friend I was speaking to last night. We should call them the legacy media, because they're not mainstream. They're not you. You're mainstream. The people watching this network are mainstream, good Americans. I got to see it on the campaign trail, and it's been remarkable to think about every day in studio or out with you in your neck of the woods. So it's an honor to be with you here today as we await Vice President JD Vance commencement address from the United States Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland. We're at 9:50, 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
You've heard how hard it can be to get access to medications like ivermectin, all the things they don't want you to take because they're actually effective and they don't cost all that much, right? You've seen that one before. So it's critical to have something like that on hand for any emergency and to be prepared in a time of crisis. And that's why I want to tell you about All Family Pharmacy. They're cutting through the nonsense and they make it easy to get hard to find medications when you need them most. They'll provide the prescription, no hoops to jump through, no waiting room, no hassle, and they deliver it right to your door. All Family Pharma even lets you order in bulk so you can stay ahead of the curve. Head over to allfamilypharmacy.com for 10% off your first order. Again, allfamilypharmacy.com. It's simple. Get the 10% savings. Be prepared.
I'm Elmer Heinrich, the 91-year-old formulator of Immuno 150, an incredible nutritional supplement. There's nothing like it. Now, Immuno 150 is different because it contains 70 plant-derived minerals and 80 other nutrients. Dr. Linus Pauling, known for vitamin C, was instrumental in convincing me to get into the mineral business in 1983. He said the world is sick due to a lack of minerals in topsoil. He said the body needs 60 minerals, but the average food and supplement has no more than 12. That's the reason for Immuno 150. Since its inception, it's had a powerful impact on the lives of thousands of people who could not get any help from various supplements they took or their doctor. Now I suggest you try Immuno 150 to see what 70 minerals, CoQ10, and 80 nutrients can do for you. Look at the 2 videos on our website. Millions have. Now consider placing an order for Immuno 150 online or call our toll-free number. I know you'll be glad you did.
Welcome back to RSBN Live as we're awaiting Vice President JD Vance commencement address to the United States Naval Academy. And not to be a spoiler, but you might be seeing a flyover soon, which is always exciting. It's almost like we're at the football game, we're at the stadium. Midshipmen had a great football season as well, especially against their rivals, the Black Knights of Army. And President Trump will be there tomorrow to celebrate those graduates of West Point. So be sure to tune in to RSBN for all unbridled access and coverage as we are breaking down the one big beautiful bill that passed yesterday in the early morning hours. National Business Aviation Association President and CEO Ed Bolin, we commend the House for recognizing the importance of improving ATC infrastructure and strengthening the controller workforce to enhance safety and efficiency in the national airspace system. Business aviation's ability to serve citizens, companies, and communities is only possible because the United States has laid out this world-leading aviation program. As the United States House Reconciliation Bill moves to the Senate for consideration, we look forward to working with lawmakers on both sides of the aisle to advance these forward-looking provisions that bolster an essential industry, support countless workers, and promote American competitiveness. America's credit union president and CEO Jim Nussle, thank you to the United States House of Representatives for securing credit unions not-for-profit tax status as part of H.R. 1 and recognizing the industry's importance to strong main streets across the country. This more than 142 million Americans trust and rely on credit unions to achieve their American dream, and this bill allows them to continue on their path of financial freedom. We will continue to advocate for the policies that create more opportunities with these credit unions to bolster our nation's economic prosperity. We call on the United States Senate to continue to protect the credit union tax status as they consider this legislation. The National Taxpayer Union Executive Vice President Brandon Arnold, the bill passed by the House, contains growth-focused tax relief and some of the most important first steps forward and long-needed spending restraints as well. The Senate now has a strong package that it can build upon and further approve. And I want to think that's really an important point because dating back years and years, Congress has a spending problem. This really addresses those core issues to stop that. And President Trump has been clear to streamline the size and scope of the federal government. It's amazing to watch as we get rid of the Department of Education and other entities that were really never needed. He is fulfilling that vision of Ronald Reagan, where he could not succeed in the Department of Education and having it cease and sent back to the states, or with the Golden Dome because the technology wasn't there. So this is really an enhancement of those visions and that bold leadership dating back to the 1980s under President Reagan. The National Association of Realtors Executive Vice President Shannon McGann: "We appreciate House leaders for taking this important step with this tax reform bill, which supports hardworking families and strengthens the real estate economy. With lower taxes, SALT relief, and new initiatives for small businesses and community development, this proposal brings real benefits to everyday Americans." The National Electrical Contractors Association CEO David Long: "These provisions recognize the real-world needs of the electrical construction industry. Whether it's power generation, grid modernization, cutting-edge data center projects, or clean energy installations, electrical contractors are at the forefront of America's infrastructure evolution. This legislation gives our contractors the certainty they need to plan, invest, and grow." So exciting to hear all these comments as we continue to break this down of the one big, beautiful bill. And Vice President JD Vance, the commencement address to the United States Naval Academy right around the corner. That's a live shot there for you at the Midshipman's Field right there, where they had quite the football season, as I mentioned before. Thank you to All Family Pharmacy for sponsoring us on the right side of history. Pay less for your prescription meds. You know that President Trump recently signed a powerful executive order to lower prescription drug prices across the country, a major step in the fight for affordable health care. But while the system drags its feet, one pharmacy is not waiting, and that one pharmacy is allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Right now, a great summer sale all the way through the end of June, going, yes, to June 30th, 20% off everything statewide. Or not statewide, site-wide. No insurance needed. This company is putting you first. Truly, RSBN 20% off. They work with licensed doctors in all 50 states, and your prescriptions are shipped fast and directly to your door. Whether it's ordering ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, methylene blue, emergency medical kits, to antibiotics and over 200 essential medications, they are here for you. So stock up while you can. Head over to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Use code RSBN20 for 20% off your order today. Take control of your health, and let's make America healthy again. And also, while you're making yourself healthy again, why not glow and paint the town red, especially if you have a date this weekend or just spending time with those you love? AngelPaste.com, a great thing to look into, because this Christian-owned company that hires veterans, they're out of Spring, Texas. It's the Houston Metroplex, a lovely place to live, right off of the Gulf of America. Vitamin B infused, non-GMO, non-chemicals that are good for you and your skin. They also have the immunity option. It's the orange option. It's quite fantastic. There's also the facial spray and the natural mosquito repellent. I know a thing or two about mosquitoes in the tropical environment of Houston. But experience the miracle today. AngelPaste.com. Products for guys and gals. And guys, I tried it here too. I can still grip that tackle box after I put this cream on my dry hand. So I highly endorse it, and it is one of the best options out there. You just don't want those chemicals and those nasty things from other products. Angel Paste Miracle Cream. It's healthy. It's good. It is MAHA approved. AngelPaste.com. See all of those options, and thank you for sponsoring us on the right side of history. And we are waiting a live look of Vice President JD Vance. We did see some of the motorcade there. One of the Suburbans adorned with the American flag and the vice presidential seal. And that is on the podium as well, where he will be giving an address to the midshipmen. Congratulations to the 2025 graduates of the United States Naval Academy. American Hotel and Lodging Association President and CEO Rosanna Maleta mentions that this is a win for Main Street businesses. We commend lawmakers for including critical tax provisions in the budget reconciliation. And these tax provisions will help small businesses, being the backbone of America. The United States Senate should swiftly pass this legislation and send it to President Trump's desk. We also have the National Pork Producers Council President, Dwayne Starler. America's pork producers are one step closer to more certainty with the House's big, beautiful bill, which will solve problems in these most uncertain times. We're going to toss it there live now as you see Vice President JD Vance to speak at the commencement ceremony for the United States Naval Academy.
United States of America, accompanied by Vice Admiral Yvette M. Davids, United States Navy, the Superintendent of the United States Naval Academy. Ladies and gentlemen, the Blue Angels, the Navy's Precision Flight Demonstration Squadron, will be approaching momentarily from the south behind us in a salute to the class of 2025.
I'm wide out, but I'm not going to get the angle. You don't think so?
Ladies and gentlemen, we invite all of our guests to remain standing for our national anthem, sung by Midshipman First Class Quinn Gonzalez, and then the invocation by Captain Maurice Buford, Chaplain Corps, United States Navy.
Let us pray. Most gracious and triumphant God, we come to announce to the world that these warriors are ready to fight tonight. For the record reflects they have the moral clarity for the fog of war, the mental agility to outwit the opposition, and more importantly, the spiritual readiness to say on behalf of we the people, of the people, and by the people, that the best is yet to come. So would you stretch forth your hand and stir up our faith as a people? For only then will we know that all things are possible to those that dare to believe. Now receive all of your glory, your power, and your honor forever. Amen.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the 65th Superintendent of the United States Naval Academy, Vice Admiral Yvette M. Davids.
Good morning, 2025. What a glorious day it is. Welcome to the graduation and commissioning for the great class of 2025. There should be no question about the significance of today. We have the privilege of hosting our Vice President, the Honorable JD Vance, the Secretary of the Navy, Secretary Phelan, the Commandant of the Marine Corps, General Smith, and the Acting Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Kilby. Also joining us today is Senator Sullivan from the great state of Alaska, a former Marine and the Chairman of the Naval Academy Board of Visitors. And esteemed members of the board, Congressman Jake Elsie of Texas, a proud member of the class of '92, and former fighter pilot, and Congressman Derek Van Orden of Wisconsin, retired Navy SEAL. And Congressman Rob Bresnam of Pennsylvania is also with us today. Thank you for joining us as we celebrate the class of 2025. I'm honored you could be with us today. Class of 2025, this week has been a whirlwind for you. So please allow yourself a brief moment to take it all in. Look around, go ahead, at your classmates next to you. Now up at the stands, find your family and friends and sponsor families and loved ones. Give them a wave. To all of the parents, grandparents, guardians, and mentors out in the crowd, I want to thank you for instilling the values that attracted your midshipmen to want to serve and to live a life of consequence. We are forever in your debt. And thank you to our amazing and incredible dedicated faculty, staff, coaches, and sponsor families who contributed to this class's development into officers of character dedicated to the profession of arms. So 2025, to those who have challenged you and pushed you to achieve greater things than you thought possible, to those who have supported you and mentored you, please join me in giving them a heartfelt round of applause. And thank you to all who have worked so diligently to set up this beautiful ceremony and to make this commissioning week so special. We appreciate you. A special welcome to the members of the class of 1975, 2025's link in the chain. 50 years ago, they graduated from our academy, and today they represent that 50-year link and shared heritage with the class of 2025. Thank you, class of 75, for being so active in the lives of these midshipmen since I-Day, inspiring them with wisdom, insight, and legacy. Now, 2025, I again ask that you look around, but this time, look at the exquisite Navy Marine Corps Memorial Stadium you are in. Around the stadium, you will find the names of several U.S. Navy battles, engagements, and pivotal moments in our history. These names represent the Navy and Marine Corps' legacy from 1775 to 1845 to today. Each and every one of you is now an integral part of that legacy. So 25, look at these names, and now I want you each to pick one name that you can see, and I want you to remember that name, dedicate that name to memory. That name, it represents more than just a battle, more than just naval tactics and strategy or historical facts. The name you chose represents hundreds, thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of Americans, sailors, and Marines, naval officers who were once just like you, who rose to answer the call to service, who rose to the challenge of their age and chose to risk all in the service of others. So 2025, while this stadium is a physical symbol and memorial to our Navy and our Marine Corps, always remember that you are the living legacy. You are the young people of our age who have chosen a life of service. Remember that name, and remember that you are assuming a rich heritage, a great honor, and a sacred obligation. But you have been preparing for this day and the assumption of those incredible responsibilities for the past 1,423 days since I-Day. Although this adventure is coming to a close, you are about to embark on many more. You are headed around the globe to places like Quantico, Pensacola, San Diego, Charleston, Norfolk, to Sasebo, Rhoda, and Hawaii, and to our international classmates who are soon to head home. A special congratulations to you. You each have an incredible future awaiting you. But know, Annapolis will always be here for you, and the Naval Academy will always be your home. And this moment right now, surrounded by your classmates and the legacy of those before you, this moment will be one of those that you will never forget. It will join other fond memories of crawling through mud and over obstacles at sea trials, bearing each other's weight as a team at Herndon twice, and swimming side by side at the first ever shellback ceremony. It will join memories of gloriously beating Army at every opportunity, of morning workouts with classmates before the sun has risen, the intensity of finals weeks, of incredible summer trainings across the globe that helped you find your operational calling, to your exceptional academic research capstone projects, and to the world-class musical and theatrical performances that showcase immense talent. And all of those shared experiences culminated today in your commissioning. And while today is the end of one chapter, it's the beginning of your careers as Navy and Marine Corps officers. On I-Day, you represented different corners of our nation and globe with different life circumstances and experiences. But now, at commissioning, you are a proud class of ethical warfighters who better understand the sacred oath you first took 4 years ago and will soon take again today. While we can never know with certainty what the future will hold for you or for our country, we do know that you are assuming a vital role. Your sacred obligation to our nation is to be prepared and to make sure that you and those that you lead are ready to both preserve peace and decisively win when called upon. Vice President Vance, Secretary Phelan, Commandant Smith, Acting CNO Kilby, and to all my shipmates out in the fleet, I want you to know The class of 2025 is strong. They are prepared and they are ready. Your Naval Academy family is incredibly proud of you. I'm incredibly proud of you, and I can't wait to see what you will accomplish in the years ahead. It is now my pleasure to introduce our 79th Secretary of the Navy, the Honorable John C. Phelan.
Well, I've been to many events, but this may be the coolest visual I've seen, so congratulations. It's really awesome. Mr. Vice President, Commandant, Acting Chief of Naval Operations, Superintendent, distinguished guests, faculty, staff, families, and most importantly, the class of 2025, good morning. Morning. Admiral Davids, thank you for the kind introduction. Serving as the 79th Secretary of the Navy is a privilege of my lifetime, and I thank President Trump for his trust and confidence in appointing me to this role. And it's a particular honor to welcome and thank Vice President JD Vance for his presence today. As a Marine and combat veteran, Vice President Vance represents what makes this nation great: courage forged through hardship, service defined by humility, and deep, unshakable belief that this country is worth fighting for. From the hills of Ohio to the battlefields of Iraq, and now to the halls of leadership in the White House, Vice President Vance's journey reminds us that honor is not given, it is earned. Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for your example, your service, and your continued leadership. I'm truly honored and humbled to address the newest class of officers who will soon carry the weight of command and the hopes of our nation on their shoulders. You have earned the right to wear the uniform, not merely through the rigor of academics or the trials of Bancroft Hall, but through your daily commitment to something larger than yourselves. Today is a celebration, but is also a moment of transition. In a matter of days, you will be entrusted with lives, with missions vital to our national security, and with the legacy of those who came before you. From today forward, you are more than midshipmen. You are leaders in the Navy and Marine Corps, officers in a force that stands guard over freedom on every ocean, in every time zone, every hour of every day. That's no small thing, but let me be honest with you. What you're about to step into is not easy. The pace of change is accelerating. The threats are growing more sophisticated. The burden of leadership is heavier than ever, but so is the opportunity. The opportunity to shape the future of naval warfare, the opportunity to lead diverse, talented teams in ways that will define missions and even save lives. The opportunity to be exactly the kind of leader the world needs now. Smart, grounded, resilient, humble, and courageous. What will define you from this moment on is not your commission or your class rank or even your service selection. What will define you is how you lead when the pressure is on, when the plan falls apart, when lives are at stake, and when everyone around you looks to you for calm and courage. Leadership is never about you, it's about those you serve. General John Lejeune had it right when he said the relationship between officers and enlisted must be like teacher and scholar, not superior and inferior. Your people will teach you more than you expect. Respect that. Learn from them. Lead them well. You are not simply to give orders. You are to grow those under your command into something better. Instill in them the core values of honor, courage, and commitment, not just with words, but through example. Now, a quick word about values: honor, courage, commitment. These aren't just words etched on academy walls or printed in manuals. They are your compass. And in a future filled with new technologies, cyber threats, and global instability, character will matter more than ever. You are inheriting a fleet that sails in a world full of complexity and consequence. We face adversaries who test the rule-based order at sea. We operate in an environment where innovation moves at the speed of relevance, and we must be agile, accountable, and adaptive, because lethality is just not about firepower. It is about clarity of purpose, efficiency of action, and unity of command. Admiral Rickover, the father of the nuclear navy, once said, "Responsibility is a unique concept. You may share it with others, but your portion is not diminished." You cannot delegate accountability. When the mission falters, your name is on the line. When it succeeds, share the credit. That is leadership. There will be days when you'll feel the weight or burden of leadership. That's natural. But on those days, remember this: you are not alone. You stand on the shoulders of those who came before you and beside shipmates who will have your back in ways that will stay with you for the rest of your life. You are stepping into a future that will test you, but I believe, we believe, the American people believe you are ready. Ready to innovate, ready to inspire, ready to lead in a Navy and Marine Corps that is evolving, modernizing, and building a more lethal, adaptable, and resilient force. You are the future of that force. So take pride in what you've achieved, take responsibility for what comes next, and take care of those you are privileged to lead. Your commission is more than a contract. It is a covenant with the American people. They trust you to defend this nation with honor, to wield power with restraint, and to lead with integrity, even when no one is watching. So, class of 2025, step forward with confidence, but carry within you the humility of those who came before. From the decks of destroyers to the cockpits of strike aircraft, from forward operating bases to submarines beneath the sea, you'll be the tip of the spear and the steady hand behind it. In closing, know this: your country is proud of you, not just for what you've done, but for who you've chosen to become. You are not just graduates, you are defenders of the Constitution, ambassadors of liberty, and the next generation of American leaders. May God bless you, your families, and the United States of America. Congratulations on this well-deserved honor. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce the 50th Vice President of the United States, the Honorable JD Vance.
Well, it is great to be with you here on this incredible day, and I gotta say, it's a pretty cool trick where when people say good morning, you guys say it back in unison. So let me say good morning to the class of 2025. Good morning, sir. I want to say, first of all, thank you all for having me, and thank you especially to Vice Admiral Davids and Captain Allman for your hospitality. Thank you as well, of course, to Secretary Phelan for that great speech, Admiral Kilby, and General Smith for all that you do for our country. First off, I want to say, both from me and from President Trump, congratulations to the class of 2025. I want to say congratulations not just to you all, because you all have certainly earned a great honor, but congratulations to the families, the friends, the faculty, plus the other midshipmen and service members who join us on this beautiful morning and share in this incredible day. Now, it's always dangerous to give a politician a microphone, but I know that I am one of the very last things standing between you and your commission and your diploma. And so, out of respect, I just want you to know that this is only going to be a 3.5 or 4 hour speech. I hope you all brought your sunscreen because it's bright out here. But today is such an incredible day for you. Tonight, you'll celebrate in the finest tradition of the United States Naval Academy with great food and, of course, maybe a little drink. But I hope that as you celebrate, you remember that this is not just your day, as hard as you have worked for it. This day belongs to parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, teachers, brothers, sisters, and so many others. You, all of you, are the product of an incredible legacy. People who worked hard to give you a good education, food on the table, and a sense of possibility. People who took you to church, to practices, to tutoring sessions. People who prayed for you when you struggled and celebrated with you at moments just like today. Most of you are fortunate enough to have someone here to celebrate with you. Some of you don't. But whether they are here with you or not, the very best piece of advice I can give you is to begin your life in the fleet with a spirit of gratitude. Be thankful for all the people gathered here today and those who aren't, because they made you who you are and they got you to where you are today. And I hope you'll take from that gratitude a sense of duty. You owe it to the American people, to yourselves, but most of all to the people who sacrificed so hard to get you here. You owe it to them to do the best job you can, and I know that is exactly what you're going to do. Now, it's customary in speeches like this for people like me to offer words of congratulations and maybe a little bit of advice. Of course, I just did exactly that. But you're not just graduates of some random university about to embark on careers in the private sector, and I'm not just giving another political speech. I'm your vice president. And the minute you walk off this stage with your diploma and your commission, you will be officers in the United States Navy and the United States Marine Corps, and that is an incredible thing. You will be leaders of men and women in our armed forces. So while President Trump and I congratulate you on this incredible achievement, I also thought it would be appropriate to tell you a bit about how the President and I think of your mission in this new and very dangerous era for our country. Now, last week, the President took a very historic trip to the Middle East, meeting with heads of state in Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. Most of the headlines focused on the trillions of dollars of new investment the President secured for our country, and that's, of course, an important thing. But I actually think the most significant part of that trip is that it signified the end of a decades-long approach in foreign policy that I think was a break from the precedent set by our founding fathers. We had a long experiment in our foreign policy that traded national defense and the maintenance of our alliances for nation building and meddling in foreign countries' affairs, even when those foreign countries had very little to do with core American interests. What we're seeing from President Trump is a generational shift in policy with profound implications for the job that each and every one of you will be asked to do. Now, following the collapse of the Soviet Union, our policymakers assumed that American primacy on the world stage was guaranteed. For a brief time, we were a superpower without any peer, nor did we believe any foreign nation could possibly rise to compete with the United States of America. And so our leaders traded hard power for soft power. We stopped making things, everything from cars to computers to the weapons of war, like the ships that guard our waters and the weapons that you will use in the future. Why did we do that? Well, too many of us believed that economic integration would naturally lead to peace by making countries like the People's Republic of China more like the United States. Over time, we were told the world would converge toward a uniform set of bland, secular, universal ideals, regardless of culture or country. And those that didn't want to converge, well, our policymakers would make it their goal to force them by any means necessary. So instead of devoting our energies to responding to the rise of near-peer competitors like China, our leaders pursued what they assumed would be easy jobs for the world's preeminent superpower. How hard could it be to build a few democracies in the Middle East? Well, almost impossibly hard, it turns out, and unbelievably costly. And it wasn't our politicians who bore the consequences of such a profound miscalculation. It was the American people, to the tune of trillions of dollars, but more than anyone, it was borne by the people who were in your shoes just a few short years ago, by our service members and their families. The tens of thousands of warfighters who sacrificed precious time, energy, and in some cases their very lives in the line of duty. They are the ones who bore the costs of past failure. Our leaders abandoned clearly stated strategic goals for lofty, often incoherent abstractions. This is how, for example, we wound up chasing a $230 million pier in Gaza that worked for a grand total of 20 days while injuring over 60 American service members in the construction and maintenance of that pier. Our government took its eye off the ball of great power competition and preparing to take on a peer adversary, and instead we devoted ourselves to sprawling, amorphous tasks like searching for new terrorists to take out while building up faraway regimes. Now, I want to be clear. The Trump administration has reversed course. No more undefined missions. No more open-ended conflicts. We're returning to a strategy grounded in realism and protecting our core national interests. Now, this doesn't mean that we ignore threats, but it means that we approach them with discipline, and that when we send you to war, we do it with a very specific set of goals in mind. And consider how this played out in just the last major conflict we engaged in with the Houthis over in the Middle East. We went in with a clear diplomatic goal, not to enmesh our service members in a prolonged conflict with a non-state actor, but to secure American freedom of navigation by forcing the Houthis to stop attacking American ships. And that's exactly what we did. We pursued that goal through overwhelming force against Houthi military targets. In just the first 100 days of the administration, we were able to reach a ceasefire in a conflict that had been ongoing for nearly 2 years. That's how military power should be used, decisively with a clear objective. We ought to be cautious in deciding to throw a punch, but when we throw a punch hard, and we do it decisively, and that's exactly what we may ask you to do. Now, that shift in thinking from ideological crusades to a principled foreign policy will help restore the credibility of American deterrence in 2025 and beyond. With the Trump administration, our adversaries now know when the United States sets a red line, it will be enforced. And when we engage, we do so with purpose, with superior force, with superior weapons, and with the best people anywhere in the world. Let me say something about weapons and the future of warfare. It is, of course, a priority of this administration, not just to keep, but to widen the technological edge between the United States military and our adversaries all over the world. In the wake of the Cold War, America enjoyed a mostly unchallenged command of the commons: airspace, sea, space, and cyberspace. But the era of uncontested U.S. dominance is over. Today we face serious threats in China, Russia, and other nations determined to beat us in every single domain, from spectrum to low Earth orbit to our supply chains and even our communication infrastructure. Technology has lowered the cost of disruption, and so we must be, all of us, not just smarter. We got to make sure that we send our troops to war, we do it with the right tools. We can no longer assume our engagements will come without cost. That's why the Trump administration is investing in innovation, rewarding risk takers at the Department of Defense, and streamlining weapons acquisition for the new century. Investing in cutting-edge weaponry like hypersonics is important, but just as important are the low-cost, high-impact technologies that are already transforming the battlefield, things like drones. And by the way, when we talk about innovation, innovation is not just happening in the laboratory of a defense contractor. Innovation increasingly is happening on the very battlefields that you will lead troops on. So that you are not just recipients of innovation, you're not just users of tools, you will very often be developing tools in this new century. Our lawmakers and military brass alike must learn to adjust to a world where cheap drones, readily available cruise missiles, and cyber attacks cause extraordinary damage to our military assets and our service members. And it will be you, the graduates gathered here today, who will lead the way for the rest of us. Your service will bring new challenges and environments, including ones unfamiliar even to those who have served before you. You will deploy new equipment, new systems, and new technology. And through those experiences, it is you who will learn, who will teach others, and will help our services and our entire country adapt to the future we're confronting. Now, the extraordinary education you have received is an investment by the American people, an investment not only in your courage, but in the strength of your minds and the promise of your leadership. Because your nation rests easier knowing that we have the most brilliant strategists and tacticians standing guard. Men and women like you, brilliant enough to preempt and, if called, fight and win the wars of tomorrow. And as technological change continues to transform the battlefield, it only heightens the importance for this administration, for our whole country, on investing in our military's human capital. That's you, in the well-being of our warfighters, in your brilliance, in your strategic innovation. Modernization isn't just about tactics and tools. It's about meeting the needs of our service members. For too long, we asked too much of too few. Past leaders sent our service members on mission after mission with no exit strategy, no end in sight, and with little articulation for the American people or for the warfighters about what we were doing. When we extend the deployment of an aircraft carrier, that has real impact on people's lives, and we're aware of it. They miss their families, of course, they miss their loved ones and their home life. They accept that sacrifice, and that's the job that you've taken on. But the job that we have taken on is to never misuse that sacrifice or never ask you to do something without a clear mission and a clear path home. The Trump administration recognizes that our most valuable resources, it's you. It's young people who are brave enough to put on the uniform and risk your life for this country. And we promise, I promise, to cultivate that resource, to protect it, and to use it only when the national interest demands. And what makes your new life so unique is that you must take multiple perspectives. You will be junior officers, of course, answerable to commanders, captains, admirals, generals, and people like me. You will have to follow orders, even when you don't want to. And if I can offer one piece of advice from a junior enlisted guy to a bunch of new officers, to say that when you say, with all due respect, That is not a get-out-of-jail-free card. I got chewed. These guys are laughing back here. I got chewed out more times than I can remember because I assumed that I could say whatever I wanted to so long as I said with all due respect before it. That's not how it works out. You learn that the hard way. But importantly, you are not just following orders. More often than not, you will be giving them. And just as I see you as our most precious resource, so you must see the men and women who call you sir and ma'am as your most sacred charge. You will not just be another boss. You will counsel them through triumph and tragedy. You will learn that there is no clear line between personal and professional for officers in the Navy and Marine Corps. But I encourage you to see them not just as people who must follow your orders, but as leaders in their own right with incredible wisdom and incredible potential. Now, this is shocking to think about, but there are senior enlisted people who started their careers in the Navy or the Marine Corps before you were born who will call you sir and ma'am and follow your orders. Think about what an incredible honor that is. And think about what an incredible opportunity it is, not just to lead these men and women, but also to learn from these men and women. And that is the task before you. You will lean on that experience, of course, but still, you're very often, more often than not, you're going to be the one in charge. That is an honor, but it's a responsibility that ought to give you chills. You've made it now through one of the most demanding institutions in the entire world. You've earned your commissions, and you've stepped forward to serve at a moment when your country needs you now more than ever. But you're stepping into gigantic shoes, and it's worth taking stock of that as you prepare to receive your commission. Those of us who've served know that graduates of the Naval Academy, they have a certain energy, a certain aura, a certain respect when they're out there in the fleet. Let me just give you an example. Today is your day, of course, and you should celebrate. But in 3 days, the President and I will lead the most solemn occasion in our nation, Memorial Day at Arlington Cemetery. You'll learn, as I have, that when people say things like, Happy Memorial Day, you appreciate the sentiment behind it, but you know that it's wrong. Because Memorial Day is not a happy day. And Memorial Day is not for those who served and came home. It is for those who served and didn't. Every Memorial Day, I think about a graduate of this institution, Major Megan McClung. She was an officer I served with. She was bright, tough, and incredibly dedicated to her job. She arrived in Iraq not long after me and was killed in action not long after that. She loved this institution. And like so many that came before her, she built on its legacy in the way that she served her country. Now, there are so many stories of great service in this institution. I look at these signs on this stadium, Belleau Wood, Midway, Guadalcanal. These are battles I read about in history books or learned about when I was a United States Marine. If you just try to read a list of the people who served after graduating from this institution, the list is almost so long you can't get through it. Senior leaders, commandants of the Marine Corps, chiefs of naval operations, astronauts, great business leaders, and even a few lowly politicians have graduated from the United States Naval Academy. Their service is an incredible legacy that they have passed on to you, and you are the bridge that connects the incredible heritage of this institution to the future duties and responsibilities your country needs you to perform. That's an incredible honor, but it's also an incredible responsibility, and I hope you take it seriously. People will look at you as graduates of the Naval Academy in a different way than they look at most of the people that you will meet every single day. They will look at you that way, yes, because you've worked hard, and yes, because you deserve this day, but they will also look at you differently because you stand on the shoulders of giants. And 20, 30, or 40 years from now, there are people who are going to be standing on your shoulders. So please remember that. Please take it seriously. And please recognize that you become part of a brotherhood and sisterhood that will enable you to do great things, that will support you as you do them, but will ask you to give back as you should in return. You are the inheritors of a national tradition dating back 250 years. It began with John Paul Jones, and the founders of this country asked the United States Navy to take on the most powerful Navy on earth, and we won. Our first patriots knew the stakes. They did not seek out war. They did everything they could to advocate and petition for their own liberties. But when the time came, they raised a military, they raised a navy, and they fought like hell. Their examples lives on in all of you. In their courage, we see the roots of your calling to be strong but not reckless, to seek peace but never at the expense of liberty, to hold firm to your convictions, even when the cost is high. Now, I want to say to all of you, I've been vice president for all of about 120 days. And this summer, I will celebrate my 41st birthday. But I have never, in those 41 years, been so proud as I am today, to honor you, to celebrate you, and to congratulate you on a job well done. Now, I'm sure some of you share my politics and some of you don't. But I know today I speak for a grateful nation when I say we are rooting for you. Naval Academy class of 25, we are proud of you and we depend on you. Congratulations, Godspeed, and do great work.
Thank you, sir. We will now confer the degrees. The Academic Dean and Provost of the United States Naval Academy, Dr. Samara L. Firebaugh.
Successfully completing the requirements and demands of a Naval Academy education is no small feat. From I-Day to today, it's a steady dose of challenges, ranging from academic to athletic to leadership and character development. I have no doubt that each of you has been challenged, perhaps in ways you never thought you would or to levels that you never thought you could achieve. But you rose to that challenge, and we congratulate each of you for doing so. To the families and friends of these soon-to-be Naval Academy graduates and officers, these soon-to-be ensigns and second lieutenants, and to the faculty and staff here today as well, I would like to thank you and congratulate you. The rare graduate is the one who never needed the support of family, friends, and mentors. These graduates, like the tens of thousands before them, have depended on your support and encouragement, and you were there for them when they needed it the most. I know you are proud of their success, and we are most grateful to you for your role in that success. Candidates, please rise. Admiral Davids, on behalf of the faculty of the United States Naval Academy, I present these candidates for the baccalaureate degree and recommend that this degree be conferred upon them.
As you have successfully completed your course of study at the United States Naval Academy and have been recommended by the Academic Board as Superintendent of the United States Naval Academy and by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Congress of the United States, I confer upon each of you the baccalaureate degree with all rights and privileges thereunto pertaining.
All right, please be seated. The Commandant of the Marine Corps, General Eric Smith, United States Marine Corps, will administer the oath of office to those being commissioned into the United States Marine Corps. General Smith, I present 257 midshipmen of the graduating class of 2025 to be commissioned into the Marine Corps.
Well, good morning. Yeah, that sounds about right. Congratulations on this milestone achievement, and thank you for making the decision to serve. Today, you take your place in the ranks of Marine officers, a role of immense trust, responsibility, and consequence. You're joining a Corps forged in battle, defined by discipline, and bound by an unshakable commitment to mission and to each other. This is not the end of a book. This is the beginning of a whole new chapter. From this day forward, you are accountable for the lives, welfare, and success of the Marines you will lead. We don't lose. We're United States Marines. Your Marines won't follow you because of your rank. They'll follow you because of your example, your judgment, and your character. You're inheriting a legacy built by those who led with courage at Belleau Wood, ingenuity at Incheon, and resolve in Ramadi. The legacy is now yours to carry, to protect, and to pass on to the next generation of Marines. The oath you're about to take is a pledge to defend the Constitution, to uphold our values, and to lead with honor at all times. It binds you to something greater than yourself, to the nation, the Corps, and the Marines who will look to you for strength when it matters most, when the chips are down. You are not entering the unknown. You're stepping into a tradition of excellence, guided by those who came before you and supported by those who now stand beside you. The path ahead will be the most demanding period of your life, but it will also be the most rewarding work you'll ever do. We're proud to welcome you into the Marine Corps as officers. The nation expects much from you, and we know that you're ready. Graduates to be commissioned in the United States Marine Corps, rise. Raise your right hands. Having been appointed as Second Lieutenant in the United States Marine Corps to rank from 23 May 2025, I'll ask you this. Do you hereby accept such appointment? And do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter. So help you God. Second lieutenants, take your seats.
Get him, Adley. All right, for the rest of you, the Acting Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Jim Kilby, United States Navy, will administer the oath of office to those being commissioned into the United States Navy. Admiral Kilby, I present 764 midshipmen of the graduating class to be commissioned into the Navy.
Well, good morning. Vice President Vance, Secretary Phelan, General Smith, Vice Admiral Davids, parents, family and friends of the class of 2025, it's an honor to be here with you today. I want to echo those before me in taking a moment to recognize all of the families and friends present. Each of you had a profound impact on the men and women in front of me, instilling in them the values, will, and courage to serve something greater than themselves, a decision that sets them apart from their peers. Thank you for your continued support. Class of 2025, congratulations on joining the world's premier maritime fighting force. For 250 years, the United States Navy has provided our nation with the sea power and sea control needed to preserve our security, prosperity, and economic wealth. This year has been no different. Just take a look at our actions in the Indo-Pacific, in the Red Sea, and at the southern border. Soon, you will take your place in this Navy, delivering lethality and combat credibility against our nation's adversaries. I can think of no better time to join our fleet, and I can think of no better group of officers to meet this opportunity. Class of 2025, don't underestimate the significance of today. 39 years and 2 days ago, I was sitting right where you are, here in the Navy and Marine Corps Memorial Stadium. And in just a few moments, you will raise your right hand and swear an oath to the Constitution. You will be joining millions of Americans throughout our nation's rich history who have taken the same oath to support, protect, and defend. I am counting on you to uphold these same ideals that your predecessors fought for, to uphold our Navy's legacy, to honor, courage, and commitment. As I close, let me leave you with a few thoughts. First, service is a gift. It's a gift to our nation, and a gift that I know you've learned to appreciate. Wear your uniform with pride. Uphold the same standards of excellence that got you here today, and don't forget that you are serving something greater than yourself. Second, try your very best. Whether you serve for 5 years or 40 years, with great effort, you will learn much about yourself. Continue to improve on the things you are happy with and double down on those areas where you fall short. Your future bosses don't expect perfection, but they do expect effort. And finally, I recommend a routine check-in with your family. They love you and will always be a source of strength and support as you navigate your service. Soon to be ensigns, I am proud to serve alongside you. I am proud to call you shipmates, and I can't wait to see what you will do in the fleet. Thank you for choosing to serve our nation in uniform, and thank you for committing yourselves to the world's greatest Navy. You absolutely made the right choice. Congratulations, and bravo, Zulu, on a job well done. Graduates to be commissioned in the United States Navy, please rise. Please raise your right hand. Having been appointed an ensign in the United States Navy to the rank from 23 May 2025, do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter. So help you God. Ensigns, seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we will graduate 1,048 men and women who have met the many challenges of 4 years at the Naval Academy. In addition to those you just saw commissioned into the Navy and Marine Corps, the class of 2025 also includes 14 graduates from 11 nations around the world. At this time, we invite these international graduating midshipmen to stand when their name is called, along with members of their national delegation who are in attendance today. These graduates, whose national flags are flying above the memorial arches at the north end of the stadium, will return to their countries and serve with distinction in their armed forces or other government service. From the Arab Republic of Egypt, Zied El-Gandhi. From the Republic of Fiji, Ratu Malabua. From the Republic of Indonesia, Juandito Cahyo Nugroho. From the Republic of Indonesia, Febiarta Suryana. From the Kingdom of Jordan, Tariq El-Azema. From the Republic of Maldives, Hassan Nishaf. From the Republic of Peru, Luigi Caparini. From the Republic of the Philippines, Michelle Ann Angelou de Leon Matzo. From the Republic of the Philippines, John Arel Monreal. From the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, Isuru Ekanayaka. From Taiwan, Zhen Yi Chou. From the Kingdom of Thailand, Poonrapi Praki. From the Republic of Tunisia, Muhi Ben Mefta. From the Republic of Tunisia, Mohammed Jerbi. Thank you. Seats. Today's graduates join the more than 90,000 men and women who have graduated from the Naval Academy since its founding in 1845. As part of our graduation ceremony today, members of the Naval Academy class that preceded this year's graduates by 50 years will honor this continuing chain of Naval Academy graduates by presenting engraved ensign or second lieutenant uniform devices to the class of 2025. Several members of the class of 1975 are listed in your program and are here today to participate in this special recognition of Naval Academy graduates' contributions across the decades. Please join me in recognizing and applauding these distinguished graduates. Finally, before we begin introductions of individual graduates, I should remind you of an important Naval Academy tradition. The parents and friends of each graduate are invited to stand when that graduate's name is called. In that way, we can recognize your contribution to the achievement of these fine young men and women. The Vice President will now present diplomas to those individuals graduating with distinction. Those members of the class of 2025 graduating with distinction, please rise. Owen M. O'Malley stands first in the class. Andrzej J. Korlecki. Tenley W. Radak. Sean D. O'Boyle. Matt T. Marinkovich. Brody A. Todd. Michael C. McGee. Sebastian G. Sherry. Ethan S. Perdue. Soleil Shi. Victoria J. DeCarlo. Nathan A. Broomfield. Zachary Z. Pegg. Harrison A. Kaplan. Emma E. Fromelt. Connor W. Pettigrew. Reese M. Winter. Aiden L. Plain. Jacob L. Price. Jillian R. Onke. Ryan J. Ramondi. Justin T. Lau. Lucas G. Spyro. Molly M. Tressler. Joshua B. Herbert. Noel J. Poovey. Vishal R. Mandava. Noel M. Davente. Cooper A. Walsh. Richard A. Carter III. Sophia T. Utzinger. Grace Ann Peterson. Troy J. Boland. Nicholas Constantine Spears. Gavin A. Milligan. Daniel J. Mullen. Jackson W. Sudduth Jr. Samuel Mark Englund. John F. Janess, Lucas J. Schreiber, Dalton M. Keglovitz, Katie T. Stigler, Emma C. Kirby, Jonathan C. Howitt, Nathaniel S. Gunn, Olivia J. Love, Sebastian J. Gordillo, Jonathan R. Sauer, Hava Serafinsky, Ama E. Stott, Conrad P. Davis, Luke W. Sweeney, Stephen J. Lubers, Lauren M. Leckelt, Ivan P. Thomas, Marshall J. Hansen, Gabriel B. Spencer, Thomas Owen Pitchford, Engalau, Toby Jeffrey Davis II, Demetrius S. Bush, Owen M. Barron, Alexander M. Grande, Sean A. Patty, Amelia E. Steinbacher, Kyle T. O'Doy, Benjamin A. Miller, Kevin A. Lamb, Tanner Aloysius Kelly, Micah Jacob Verano Rica Fronte, Gabriel Euclides Wen, Andrew W. Fichtel, Samuel J. Beatty, Matthew Brian Coleman, Walker H. French, Morgan Noel Eater, Matthew D. McClelland, Maris E. Larkins, Gabriel V. Abreu, Sean D. Lloyd, William J. Sanchez, Landon M. Buford, Daniel R. Barber, Sean D. Miller, John K. Jabor, Alexander A. Asadi-Khani, Benjamin M. Balmer, Riley B. Reeves, Andreas E. Huscher, Elizabeth A. Jendrysik, Ronald W. Miller, Jenna M. Bargefried, Wyatt J. Kuhn, Silas P. Costro, Alston J. McCaslin VII, Jacob W. Dubberly, Abigail A. Lutz, Leo P. Wagner, Nathan W. Sherry Jr., Duncan J. Ailes, Timothy D. Wright, Ethan J. Tolentino, Hannah L. Lakeford, Matthew J. Lee, Abigail Abigail P. Parker. Alex M. Traynor. The Vice President, the Secretary of the Navy, the Acting Chief of Naval Operations, the Commandant of the Marine Corps, the Superintendent, and the Commandant of Midshipmen will now present diplomas to members of the graduating class individually by company. Odd-numbered companies will receive their diplomas from my left, and even-numbered companies from my right.
From the first company, Sanjana Basumalik.
From the second company, Carl Gabriel F. Adriano.
Joshua J. Kofer.
Maya E. Barcelo.
Benjamin W. Countess.
Robert L. Benson.
Anna B. Drinkard.
Noah E. Blum.
Braden W. Volkersma.
Jessica M. Carruthers.
Daniel C. Frere.
Elizabeth J. Cermak.
Luke F. Casper.
Gavin J. Choi.
Piper M. Geisler.
Luke V. Dixon.
Amber C. Hodges.
Nathan Y. Faust.
William T. Holsinger.
Creedon G. Folger.
Julia R. Horton.
Wyatt W. Gleed.
Shankar S. Jambunathan.
Devin K. Gordon.
Tyler S. Kasawagi.
Anthony W. Harrington.
Jude M. Crick.
Haley N. Hoffman.
Joseph S. Lee.
Brock C. Houston.
Adley Lewis Young.
Michael G. Califoot.
Grace E. Lout.
Emmett C. Kirby.
Lily E. Lutz.
Natalie H. Kramer.
Brian L. McLean.
Michael D. McDonald.
Maxwell J. Mondo.
Lucas S. Merritt.
Grace C. Oliver.
Andres D. Ruiz.
Caleb W. Shade.
Joshua X. Silva.
Xavier B. Sturdaffen.
Thomas R. Sneed.
Kevin K. Sung.
Campbell T. Spates.
Luke Z. Thiemann.
Christopher J. Stumpf.
Addison E. Wilbur.
Joy D. Texera.
Ursula C. Wise.
Kyler D. Villa.
From the third company, Grace J. Bean.
Eleanor G. Veazey.
Thomas T. Bowie.
Ryan W. Waba.
Chloe M. Clausen.
Rebecca V. Wiley.
Randall S. Swiner.
From the fourth company, William Carter Ash.
Joseph W. Deegan.
Cameron J. August.
Isabella S. Fadulin.
Jack H. Began.
Margaret C. Geiger.
Charlotte F. Blish.
Samuel T. Graham.
Ethan A. Borse.
William G. Gravitt.
Stelios E. Boyaki.
Wesley S. Kim.
Charlotte C. Brailsford.
Roman J. Larocco.
Luigi G. Caparini.
Kyla R. Manning.
John M. Crotty.
Ann J. McCollum.
Eolua Katitan Idada.
Cyrus S. McLeod.
Dylan S. Dixon.
Ross L. Moore.
Gavin C. Gregorek.
Joshua L. Moran.
Paulina I. Hollis.
Jack T. Norton.
Chris T. Johnson.
James A. Roney.
Lane N. Londas.
Julian J. Trilling.
Caress S. Mack.
Justin K. Werner.
Megan V. Marengo.
Tyler K. Woodworth.
Keanu D. Mark.
From the 5th Company, Mason Y. Banks.
Charles K. Miller.
Grace E. May Blote.
Byron E. Rhodes.
Peter J. Carino.
Jolieste J. Romero.
Luke J. Dever.
Anuj R. Sursaker.
Athena T. Din.
Caden M. Smith.
Linnea C. Forsberg.
Amelia R. Snyder.
Maria A. Graffoff.
Ian C. Stewart.
Alan Hum.
Michelle R. Swetzel.
Luke J. Hess.
Jonathan T. Swift.
Bobby D. Alls.
Rebecca J. Van Vliet.
Major B. Kent.
Michael C. Whelan.
Frank Min Gyu Kim.
Jaden E. Young.
Nicholas D. Madonna.
From the 6th Company, George K. All.
Liam G. McInerney.
Josephine T. Bauer.
Luke T. Nestor.
Hayden R. Belcher.
Brandon D. Pelletier.
Joseph P. Chase.
William A. Robinson.
Zenny Cho.
William M. Schlepper.
Keelan M. Daly.
Benjamin G. Snyder.
Joshua D. Dowdy.
Jocelyn K. Schoen.
Joshua A. Escobedo.
Cameron D. Smith.
Delaney K. Feeney.
Christian K. Yoon.
Luke E. Garner.
From the 7th Company, Everett C. Andrew.
Jeremiah A. Gilbert.
Daniel Alexander Angelou.
Alexandra G. Huntimer.
Luke G. Arts.
Joseph L. Hurt.
Sean Air Berrius.
Peyton A. Jankowski.
Evan S. Broderick.
Martel L. Carruthers,
Johanna K. Lim,
Alex M. Conway,
David Lynn,
Connor W. Delahunt,
Porter J. Markel,
Pierre Louise G. Desoblin,
Davina D. Mather,
Yvonne Y. Fu,
Emily F. Mezzanisi,
Connor P. Gerard,
Nicholas A. Munoz,
Jenna H. Hahn,
Colin M. Ramos,
Julia L. Ricky,
Carson T. Shane,
Anthony T. Kuvek,
Tyler S. Sickler,
Nico T. Laurel,
Emiliano Torres Valencia,
Jonathan Lee,
Caleb M. Walker,
Tara N. Mahoney,
Jason R. Whitaker,
Croy M. Myers,
Patrick M.J. Wilson.
Justin N. Reed,
From the 8th Company, Clarice Joy B. Absalon.
Riley A. Rose,
Alyssa E. Baez.
Aurora Raquel Sandoval,
Tatiana C. Bobarnik.
Jacob F. Shepman,
Charles R. Francisconi.
Lana Bay Schmidt,
Jacob W. Frick.
Emma Ann Single,
Liliana D. Gemma.
Abdan Augusto de Jesus Viva Tejadas,
Kayla E. Gibbons.
Catherine A. Weaverling,
Santiago Grisales Arboleda.
Darby E. Whalen,
Xavier M. James.
from the 9th Company, George W. Bolcato Jr.,
Dahlia M. Kilgore.
Samantha L. Bollinger,
David H. Kreidler.
Titan A. Case,
Herbert E. Lacey III.
Blakely J. Creamer,
William R. Lane III.
Miliano Crespo Perez,
Jennifer T. Luong.
Zachary J. Cudney,
Thomas I. McNew V.
Alyssa J. Daly,
Zachary J. Meyer.
Heath R. Edinger,
Elizabeth L. Rainier.
Mitchell B. Fisher,
Nazir W. Rogers.
Benjamin A. Grebe,
Mila J. Romero.
Haley R. Harris,
Mackenzie R. Rouge.
Aiden J. Hogan,
Gil A. Sahagan III.
Andrew R. Jones,
Jacob A. Swanner.
Benjamin P. Keenan,
Alexander R. Trinidad.
Eric Mason Lindsay Jr.,
Jaden T. Washington.
Aaron Air Nicastro,
From the 10th Company, James P. Analt.
Joseph E. Ooster,
Jaden G. Browning.
Nathaniel J. Poovey Jr.,
Andrew K. Bowie.
Jordan Leo De Jesus Quiles,
Trevor W. Burgess.
Charles E. Rulinson.
Jessica A. Cervantes.
Ryan M. Schleicher.
Matthew S. Cho.
Parvati Shankar.
Tyler E. Cox.
Karina M. Skidmore.
Miles D. Evans.
James C. Stubbers.
Tyron L. Francis Jr.
James Henry Thomas III.
John B. Griegel.
Benjamin R. Twani.
Hannah N. Han Kim.
Creighton J. Ward.
Guy Alexander Jacob.
Sonny J. Watkins.
Joshua A. Conderhunt.
From the 11th Company, Leanne P. Beckman.
Miller R. Lambert.
Aiden J. Bear.
Emma G. Mortensen.
Dayton E. Bottom.
Ramon Mendoza.
Evan A. Brown.
Zoe M. Moore.
Gavin M. Buchanan.
Joseph J. Moraja.
Noah M. Chavez.
Sarah A. Owens.
Jackson R. Furch.
Maxwell T. Pastel.
Sebastian A. Gordon.
Alexa N. Riddle.
Amin K. Hassan.
Thomas A. Scully.
Lauren I. Ledner.
Bowen S. Shuttleworth.
Miabella Martinez.
Nathan C. Smith.
Hannah L. McCarthy.
Tyler J. Sweat.
Ratu O. Malabua.
And B.D. B. Williams Jr.
Jameson Mazo Meyer.
From the 12th Company, Apollos D. Burcham.
Connor M. Munson.
William L. Camp.
Trenton X. Parker.
Tyler T. Casey.
Joseph A. Payton.
Naomi Chow.
Liam A. Pahamas.
Christopher R. Cordner.
Carson R. Ranu.
Julia M. Davidson.
Nicole J. Rosenfeld.
Kavon R. Davis.
Caroline C. Thurlby.
Isaru Kalana B. Ekanyaka.
Mariella G. Bararia.
Paulina I. Finn.
Braden P. Walker.
Kenneth J. Johnson.
Ryan T. Zhang.
Jonathan S. Kim.
From the 13th Company, Shaquille A. Aranes.
Vincent S. Kim.
Owen J. Beastie.
Charles M. Creole.
Simon E. Berger.
Landon C. Kruger.
Payne T. Carr.
Vera E. Martinez.
Russell S. Clark.
May E. McConkey.
Anthony J. D'Angelo.
Doris Salt Morton.
Ethan A. De La Garza.
Benny J. Nolan.
Emma E. Driscoll.
Sean T. Ostrowski.
Brett P. DeMay.
Brandon T. Prouse.
Eggert.
Augustus L. Reed.
Ethan M. Gamble.
William L. Swent.
Isaac W. Grayland.
Emmanuel Tavares.
Grace C. Huber.
Emily R. Vela.
Owen E. Huntington.
Alexander C. Vester.
Maya L. Kessner.
Henry S. Williams.
Luke S. Kim.
Quentin J. Wright.
Peter J. Lee.
From the 14th Company, Sebastian R. Allen.
Thomas Q. McBride.
Maharlika X. Archuleta.
William L. McCrate.
J.D. Bankston.
Renee M. Murphy.
Javon M. Bouton.
Alyssa J. Parendo.
Lauren E. Bryant.
Michael A. Ponenti.
Matthew F. Crotty.
Emma G. Reichendel.
Martha G. Fields.
Margaret K. Schuler.
Daba K. Fofana.
Anthony D. Swanner.
Isaac S. Fraley.
Ryan D. Swanson.
Amanda G. Graziano.
From the 15th Company, Charlotte M. Bourgois.
Christopher R. Jones II.
Keegan S. Caldwell.
Daniel T. LaFar.
William A. Champagne.
Elizabeth J. Lee.
Brianna L. Chinamay.
Alexander Liu.
Jada D. Cortez.
James E. Lyon.
Zane G. Day.
Alexander S. Mamula.
Abigail C. Greenholch.
Liam M. McCarthy.
Sarah Beth E. Joyner.
Slade A. Merck.
Victoria H. Leeson.
Elizabeth D. Meyer.
Finbar O. Lindsay.
Joshua J. Milford.
Griffin R. Martinez.
Finian C. Prescott.
Stephanie Till Mildane.
Reed E. Romo.
Luke J. Morley.
Andres McCann Santana Pacheco.
William M. Wynn.
Daniel Y. Shin.
Aiden T. Patel.
Lauren E. Steinberg.
Zachary A. Palamandan.
From the 16th Company, Nolan R. Barber.
Logan D. Point.
Lindsay E. Baisha.
Punrapi Marquis.
Nicholas C. Barunio.
Timothy J. Rao.
Hanson Chang.
Waswa E. Robbins.
Thomas P. Christie III.
Frederick E. Rushton.
Henry C. Fry.
Nicholas J. Summers.
Bradley J. Glass.
Shane R. Cipher.
Ariana J. Gomez.
James B. Tadlock.
Jacques X. Guillaume.
Daniel M. Villanuevo.
Michael R. Heller.
Amanda R. Zanetti.
Liam M. Anderson.
Nicholas A. Zolovic.
Justice E. Hood.
From the 17th Company, Colin S. Andrews.
Joseph W. Kapsikevich.
Katerina A. Chelius.
Catherine V. Kelly.
Tirza D. Daniel.
Caleb R. Kotrakis.
Dayton L. Delvicio.
Gabriella M. Kroll.
Connor P. Farrell.
Austin L. Lockhart.
Nicholas P. Gibbons.
Martin N. Lopez.
Elijah James Higgins.
John S. Lundy.
Aiden J. Hammonds.
Rudy Radon M. Obina.
Justin C. Hawley.
Charles J. Olson.
Grant J. Who.
Sarah M. Rosenberg.
Alexander P. Howard.
Catherine T. Shaughnessy.
Thomas T. Johnson.
Blakeman R. Shaw.
Jacob Y. Kim.
Jackson W. Simmons.
Emily Rose S. Kasanovich.
Manuel A. Smith.
Matthew G. Kasiri.
Jerry A. Yelenek Jr.
Lola M. Leone.
From the 18th Company, Jodiel I. Arana.
Ernst F. McDonald II.
Zachary T. Barnum.
John M. McNicholas.
Joshua M. Clark.
Megan M. Murphy.
Addison Parker E. Davis.
Gavin C. Nielsen.
James M. DeJong.
Brandon H. Horton.
Sylvia R. Eklund.
William C. Peters.
Axel W. Fisher.
Isabella G. Ramasco.
Hunter M. Gawley.
Brent L. Self.
Charlotte V. Hall.
Seth V. Talbert.
Kendall R. Heber.
Tanner B. Wade.
Alexander B. Hoot.
John H. Walsh.
James W. Jewell III.
Edmund W. Yip.
Thomas M. Christenisi.
From the 19th Company, Johann R. F. Workey.
Jonathan N. Linville.
Abigail J. Artman.
Ryan L. Lowe.
Sophia I. Begillid.
Tyler T. McGee.
Andrew N. Kyrielason.
Grace E. Martin.
Quaden V. Kofer.
Marcel K. Perizal II.
Jackson S. Davis.
Mila M. Reardon.
William J. Detmer.
George J. Ruiz.
Liam P. Golden.
Jared A. Shad.
Riley C. Haugen.
Nathan M. Stevens.
Moises Hernandez.
Nathan G. Sukina.
Ava F. Huber.
Cameron A. Summers.
Brooks J. Kirchen.
William F. Walsh.
Alexander D. Kirkland.
Joshua J. Ward.
Jaden X. Leonard.
Robert I. Zyman.
Mitchell S. Lewis.
From the 20th Company, Brianna L. Baker.
Lindsay M. Linville.
Seth W. Baylor.
Logan E. Lewick.
Anna G. Cherian.
Miguel A. Matute.
Danielle I. Gine.
Belinda B. Nessett.
Grant D. Glasgow.
Eric M. Nordquist.
William S. Goldsberry.
Emily K. Tannenbaum.
Kellen R. Gravete Peralta.
Luke A. Terrell.
Caleb L. Gross.
Richard P. Verrier IV.
Jenna Rain Hernandez.
Noah B. Ward.
Enoch J. Kim.
From the 21st Company, James R. Adams.
Keanu R. Manuel.
Micah H. Evans.
Michael B. Marconi.
Natanis T. Gaver.
Sarah C. Moore.
Ellen O. Ha.
Ayotoye Oguntuashe.
Charlotte A. Hill.
Donald O. Pubens.
Michael K. Kulalau.
Peyton M. Pontiff.
Christian C. Kerr.
Lane M. Rivera.
Daniel S. Kim.
Christopher E. Robertson.
Joshua J. Kim.
Jordan L. Sanders.
Joseph R. Libby.
Addison G. Schofield.
Cody S. Little.
Carson J. Sloat.
Dominic J. Madigan.
Murphy M. Smith.
Peter T. Mitchell.
Fabiarta Sariana.
Mackenzie B. Moore.
From the 22nd Company, Yvette Ayala.
Tristram R. Moore Jr.
Charles E. Brady.
Sydney A. Bowery.
Angelina Y. Cheng.
Vanessa E. Munoz.
Benjamin C. Dabick.
Doris C. Nelson.
Jack T. Finnegan.
Austin D. Payne.
Colby K. Gross.
Caitlin Capillo Pepin.
Anthony J. Ha.
Ryan J. Rajapaksha.
Sean E. Harris.
Andrew L. Rugg.
Jeremy R. Heaton.
Maurice Paulo B. Salion.
Bennett J. Huffman.
Alex D. Sanchez.
Cecilia B. Iliff.
Jackson P. Schuldis.
Yoon Sa Jung.
Sophia M. Stalker.
Cruz C. Kaufman.
William B. Webb.
Elizabeth A. Kelly.
Abigail H. Yos.
Brandon J. Coombe.
W. Forrest York.
Rodrigo Milan.
From the 23rd Company, Brown H. Bedard.
General O. Monreal.
Joseph B. Camuso.
Cole M.M. Phillips.
Caden R. Carey.
Joshua D. Potts.
Darius D. Dix.
Jaheim A. Scott.
James P. Flanagan Jr.
Alexis N. Smith.
Madison N. Gamble.
Bennett M. Stenberg.
Andrew H. Hare.
Turner B. Stepp.
David P. Hill.
Victoria A. Trevino.
Connell T. Hospitales.
Jordan R. Urea.
Jillian B. Hugh.
Connor J. Walcott.
Camden C. Johnson.
John Luke Warner.
Abigail M. Kim.
From the 24th Company, Kylie E. Bedard.
Thomas F. Maldonado.
Joseph P. Bell.
Joshua A. McGill.
Muhib Ben Mefta.
Mimi W. McHugh.
Connor M. Cranfield.
Caroline M. Meadows.
Leonard Cummings III.
Dennis J. Moynihan III.
John G. Freeman.
Ryan M. O'Day.
Brianna N. Gibson.
Riley J. Reithman.
Thomas L. Goldenberg.
Robert M. Thompson.
Noah J. Harding.
Mabel E. Urrutia.
Deshaun L. Horton Peel.
Margaret D. Ward.
Lillian S. Wong.
Solomon A. Woldeselassie.
Thomas F. Inman.
Caroline E. Ziegler.
Jeremiah S. Kim.
Anthony M. Zumbar.
Nathan S. Lee.
From the 25th Company, Daniel Hamer.
Julamber M. Maige.
Isaac E. Abbott.
John L. Mandish.
Owen S. Archer.
David A. Mendoza.
Thomas D. Chase Jr.
Isabel T. Navolio.
Riley W. Clautis.
Austin B. Nolan.
Peter C. DeYoung.
Copeland T. Nowell.
Cameron R. Delaney.
Blake A. Simmons.
Kaylee E. Dion.
Emily K. Spencer.
Marley S. Duncan.
Pedro L. Suarez Solar III.
Eric A. Eads.
Regis L. Velez.
Nicholas J. Edwards.
Himat S. Walla.
Aiden J. Jibo.
Jacob P. Welch.
David E. Graham.
From the 26th Company, Robert O. Booth.
Jenna M. Jellinek.
Thomas M. Cho.
Justin A. Kirkpatrick.
Evan T. Conway.
Orion J. Kolkowski.
Christopher J. Crane.
Christian T. Landis.
Frank A. Davis Jr.
Scott F. Lyons.
Harlan G. Dean.
Nolan R. McEachin.
Benjamin D. Eichholtz.
Kieran E. V. McRae.
Robert A. Flores.
Gabriel Joaquim E. Santiago.
Finley C. Golden.
William D. Schneider.
Isabella P. Gorzinski.
Yasin M. Spanta.
James D. Griffin.
Sawyer C. Stevens.
Eli C. Jones.
Justice S. Walters.
Joseph S. Kelsey.
Alexandra R. Wersinski.
Mia N. Lasanti.
Allison J. Wright.
Olga P. Lopez.
Ashley P. Yee.
Maggie Mahoney.
Patrick C. Zawislak.
Ezekiel C. McKinney.
From the 27th Company, Chamonix E. Bass.
Connor M. Melanowski.
T. Cohen Bruner.
Harrison J. Morrow.
Zachary M. Fuchsluger.
David M. Niski.
Savannah I. Goska.
Samuel R. Norville.
Quinn M. Gonzalez.
Madison L. O'Donnell.
Bianca M. Harris.
Alfonso D. Puma.
Caroline A. Irwin.
Brian A. Strickland.
Caitlin S. Johnston.
Kelly J. Sullivan.
Mallory F. Jordan.
Ty M. Webb.
Kevin King.
George E. L. Wright.
Jack W. Lang.
From the 28th Company, Ivan D. Aguirre.
Bradley A. Leibel.
Jack P. Albrecht.
Mia S. Machado.
Peter J. Ashes.
Tehran E. Madison.
Grant M. Bartuska.
Indiana M. Mitsunaga.
Thomas A. Irwin.
Abigail B. Palea.
Nolan A. Philby.
Cole E. Petrusha.
Matthew M. Guskaitis.
Tanner G. Russell.
David M. Hickson.
Lev Solov.
Rachel Huang.
Sadie M. Skinner.
Joshua P. Huner.
Randy B. Terry II.
Kara L. Hunt.
Eric I. Tingle.
Madeline M. Klippenstein.
Son M. Tran.
Avery E. Konechny.
Tanner J. Wadovic.
Nicholas H. Layton.
Nicholas J. Zito.
Brandon D. Lee.
From the 29th Company, Aiden S. Aguilar.
Michelle and Angelou D. Mazzo.
Andrew B. Bailey.
Madeline A. Myers.
Sydney G. Bear.
Jason Q. Wen.
Ryan K. Basford.
Mary C. Root.
Connor J. Breen.
Catherine L. Ryan.
Andrew J. Cabral.
Xander D. Spees.
Justin T. Carl.
Catherine E. Varnado.
John T. Casano Boris Jr.
Matthew Wang.
Richard D. Crockett III.
William M. Wirt.
Alexandra J. Edelman.
Nicholas K. Wydick.
A. J. Hinton.
Andrew B. Wilkinson.
Mohammed A. Jerby.
Ryder J. Idiarte.
Catherine B. Kadima.
Miriam A. Yusel Lazo.
Tatum L. Kelly.
From the 30th Company, Samantha A. Abel.
Ethan E. Canar.
Zoe J. Adama.
Benjamin D. Leprod.
Ian A. Aguilar.
Olivia M. Lekovich.
Natalie A. Bow.
Georgia B. L. Martin.
Elliot A. Brandicourt.
Marissa L. Meyer.
Michael A. Casas.
Thomas F. Morris III.
Cameron A. Colavito.
Brendan P. Munnelly.
Cameron T. DeLay.
Chelsea A. Murphy.
Keyshawn J. Dolford.
Elijah A. Perry.
Zayad S. El Gendi.
Matthew Z. Purvis.
Bridget A. Hong.
Lysander Renstrom.
Joseph T. Hudson.
Ryan P. Schumann.
Ryan W. Kim.
Bridget C. Sheridan.
Peter E. Lasky.
James P. Surjadinata.
Timothy H. Lee.
Lucas B. Weber.
Finbar J. McCosker.
Michael T. Whitehouse.
Irvin Moreno.
Owen R. Wise.
Jagan D. Nadia.
From the 31st Company, Tariq A. Al-Hazemi.
Hannah M. Phillips.
David E. Avila.
Takeshi A. Ross.
Cale Krebs.
Daniel E. Taylor.
Thomas A. DeVito.
Jack A. Hubert.
Savannah L. Holt.
Nicholas A. Valdivieso.
Jordan F. Hutchinson.
Joshua J. Whitaker.
Stephen A. Hutnack.
Nicholas D. Zafman.
Ian J. Wong.
From the 32nd Company, Eva E. Blauvelt.
Brandon I. Johnson.
Olivia G. Calero.
Samuel T. Jones.
Owen C. Carrillo.
John P. Kelly III.
Caleb Jolin Chan,
Garrett L. King,
John W. Dallas,
Annie J. Lemelin,
Jaden C. Evans,
Joseph R. Lusby,
Christina G. Flores,
Luke D. Lynch,
M. Storm Gonzalez,
Isabella N. Marchi Setjan,
Peyton, Ohio,
Alan T. Merrill Jr.,
Hannah E. Hoover,
James A. Millett,
Ariel M. Hudson,
Robert A. Montoya,
Robert J. Kittleberger,
Elizabeth Marcia Perry,
Ethan S. Korwitz,
Tiffany A. Shields,
John J. Coombe,
Kayla V. Sim,
Matthew J. Lexa,
Caitlin J. Stout,
Gavin A. Livingston,
Tara M. Thompson,
Alexander L. Mills,
Lois Y.
Michael P. Murphy,
Ty C. Van Winkle,
Sydney G.L. Niddle,
from the 33rd Company, Harrison J. A. Beckwith,
Noah G. Nuez,
Jacob M. Darrow,
Juanito C. Nugroho,
Joshua C. Davis,
Sierra D. Paoli,
Sadie J. Eiting,
Anthony A. Fenn,
Joyce Fung,
Renell J. Spears,
Victor I. Gallardo,
Olivia Zhang,
Kalele Ikoka Nohona Makwana Hakes,
from the 34th Company, Rowan M. Brown,
Coriana Jensen,
Daniel G. Donovan,
Timothy C. Jung,
Ryan T. Garber,
Christopher G. Kim,
Timothy I. Hill,
Jaden J. Christer. Use the mic.
I'm dead.
Lost the audio.
Dead.
Test. Jaden J. Christer. There's no AV. No. He didn't take the diploma? I don't know. Well.
I'll be a
Timothy I. Hill,
Jaden J. Christer.
Robert P. Holbrook,
Yasmin A. Latham.
Ryan M. Hollenbach,
Webster H. Lowe.
Ryan C. Hotelling,
Noah Nazim Mufraj.
Catherine A. Jakowski,
Hassan Nashoth.
Sky J. Locktowen,
Sang Pasea Un Samon.
John T. Lemke,
Angela M. Santos.
Savannah J. Lewis,
Dylan G. Steadley.
Emma M. Lucas.
Ethan J. Sullivan.
Akshad Me Ashwari.
Lyndon A. Taylor III.
George H. Main.
Henry C. Tolker III.
Alec D. Malone.
Luke A. Wagner.
Scott A. Martinez.
Mitchell John White.
Jessica G. McKenzie.
Ellie S. Wiltsey Hyatt.
Sarah L. Parica.
From the 35th Company, Kinnery R. Adkins.
Ian J. Ratsburg.
Max W. Autry.
Nora E. Rawson.
Isaiah P. Drake.
Iñaki Romero Garza.
Daniel S. Fellows II.
Amelia A. Sachs.
Nathaniel W. Harding.
Logan T. Scotto.
Miracle E. Haynes.
Grant W. Swear.
Thomas V. Joseph IV.
Michael J. Uri III.
Kate H. Lee.
Jillian J. Valdez.
Connor J. McMahon.
Alec W. Villarreal.
Declan M. Moriarty.
Nyla E. Williamson.
Genevieve E. Mulhall.
From the 36th Company, Paulini Agawo.
Ethan J. Nguyen.
Deacon Brock.
Juan S. Ortiz Perez.
Ulysses E. Busen.
Luke H. Parker.
Elise J.S. Chapin.
Noel L. Rubiano.
Jackson D. Collier.
Andre T. Seiss.
Michael A. Cullen.
Hannah E. Sarver.
Colin P. Dupont.
Conrad L. Schutz.
Jessica L. Felix.
Stephen H. Smith.
Christian G. Frymark.
Luke F. Sullivan.
Josiah G. Glenn.
Richard R. Swan II.
David S. Graves.
Benjamin T. Valdez.
Alexis S. Hamilton.
Joshua M. Walker.
Kyle S. Jacob.
Harold E. Watson.
Thomas P. Jennings. Johnson Jen. Samuel J. Curley. Guillaume P. LaForest. Charles R. McLaughlin. Caitlin G. McCarter. Thomas B. Noonan III. Jason B. Perez. Cameron S. Ross. And Philip G. Singh.
You guys ready? Hey, let's see if Herb can do this right today. Ensign Herb Lacey, the class president of 2025.
Good afternoon, Vice President Vance, Secretary Phelan, General Smith, Admiral Kilby, Vice Admiral Davids, distinguished guests, family, friends, faculty, staff, and members of our link in the chain, Commander Chikanovich and the class of 1975. On behalf of the great class of 2025, I thank you all for sharing this momentous occasion with us. Thank you all for your service and how you have and will continue to impact us as we start our military careers. Vice President Vance, sir, if you would please join me on the podium. Thank you, sir. Sir, thank you for taking the time to be here with us today. We appreciate all the words you've shared with us. Your insights, not only as our Vice President, but as a Marine, are significant, so we will keep them in our minds as we enter the fleet. On behalf of the class of 2025, I would like to present you with this gift. Thank you, sir. I have never in my life envied a human being who led an easy life. I have envied a great many people who led difficult lives and led them well. Former President Teddy Roosevelt. Living our lives well is something that we always hear about here at the Academy. Earlier this semester, my class was given the opportunity to vote on who would be our honorary graduates. These three individuals have either made great contributions to our class, the brigade, or our country. They have set an example of what living our lives well can entail, no matter what our journey is. I would now like to take the time to recognize our honorary graduates. Our first honorary graduate is Mr. Pierre Duvernay. Mr. Duvernay serves the brigade every day as our... Mr. Duvernay serves the brigade every day as our fueling station manager. The fueling station is where midshipmen can supplement their diets outside of normal meal times with snacks, protein shakes, and other items that can't be found in King Hall. Upon arriving, you will always see Mr. Duvernay, and when you do, he'll be smiling. Every day, he chooses to positively interact with countless midshipmen. Without his tireless work, we would not have the extra sustenance and energy we love so much. His example not only shows us to take pride in what we do every single day, but also shows how small acts of kindness can positively impact those around you. Our second honorary graduate is Major Jeff Ball, a Purple Heart recipient who embodies our core value of courage. Major Ball was company commander of Ghost Company, 2nd Battalion, 1st Marines, and was directly involved in the Kabul airport evacuation. His unit played a key role in the evacuation of over 124,000 Afghanis and Americans. He arrived at the Academy in June 2023, and since then has served as a leadership instructor, a staff platoon commander at Leatherneck in the summer, and as a keynote speaker for our character seminar this spring. In 2 short years, he has greatly impacted our class and the brigade by sharing his story with us and providing an example of what we aspire to be as officers. Thank you, sir. Our third honorary graduate is Ms. Sandra Duplantis and her dog, Ziggy. Our class first met Ms. Duplantis and Ziggy during plebe summer on a tour of the Naval Academy Museum. In addition to enjoying time away from our detailers, Ms. Duplantis and Ziggy, at that moment, provided a key morale boost to a rather monotonous and humid summer. She and Ziggy can often be seen around the yard during exam periods, plays, and important events that we have shared together as a class. Her impact goes far beyond the extensive work she does for the museum, and we are so grateful to have her here. Honorary graduates, would you please stand to be recognized? We'd like to present you each with a token of our appreciation. Unfortunately, Mr. Duvernay could not be with us, but we appreciate him nonetheless, regardless. If you look to your left, or look to your right. So once again, please join me in welcoming and congratulating our three honorary graduates to the great class of 2025. I would also like to thank everyone in this stadium for supporting us throughout our 47-month journey. No one makes it through life alone, and without you all, this moment would not be possible for us. To the active duty staff, thank you for supporting and mentoring us throughout our time here. You have provided an excellent example. To the professors and educators, thank you for all the time spent on ensuring we graduated. I speak for many of us when I say the extra instruction was key in our success in making it to graduation. To our link in the chain, the class of 1975, thank you for being with us every step of the way on our USNA journey. From the time you met us during plebe summer, to Bonds of Gold, our commitment dinner, ring dance, or service assignment, you all have shown your unwavering support for our class. We appreciate the effort you have taken to develop us from midshipmen to officers in the world's finest military. To the classes of 2027, To the classes of 2027 and 2028, please take the time to enjoy the rest of your time here. I promise it goes faster than you think. Your time in the sun for leadership will come. You don't have to get ready if you stay ready, so stay ready. To 2026, you have the reins now. As Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, power without love is reckless and abusive. I'd like to think my class did a good job of taking care of you, so ensure you take care of the underclass and take care of each other. Remember, leadership can be fun, but now peer leadership will be a new challenge for you all to develop as the leaders you want to become. And now here's my favorite part. To 25, our great class. I know your families are waiting on me to finish, so I'll try to stick to my 3 B's. Be bold, be brief, and most importantly, be gone. When I think about us, I think of 2 quotes. One, our class motto, Morior Invictus, meaning death before defeat. And 2, a quote from former President Franklin Roosevelt. It is common sense to take a method and try it. If it fails, admit it frankly and try another. But above all, try something. From plebe summer, where we were told every challenge is an opportunity and we were to rise to it, to sitting in our seats now as future Naval Academy alumnus, we were dealt an interesting hand of cards. Our leadership didn't want our excuses. They told us to perform regardless. And that we did. From being in companies that faced a new culture due to rearranging the upper class in the brigade, to very temporary in-person PCAs, to the 36 company shift with more billets than people to fill them, and so many more challenges we could think of. You name it, the Academy tested us, and we have risen to those challenges. The goal of these 4 years by the Bay is to challenge us in any way possible. In these last 4 years, I think they did a good job of that. Through those challenges, though, we've had a good time or two, whether it was laughing at the small jokes we made as plebes over plebe summer, attending our infamous plebe party, Being the first class to do Severance Shellback as youngsters, our ring dance, or many Long Island Thursdays as firsties, through 4 years, we've made the most of every opportunity to spend time together. So as we commission, and life presents us with more of these inevitable challenges, I ask of us 2 things. 1, to keep each other close and always support each other, because simply put, who's going to take better care of us than us? And lastly, to remember Lieutenant Brendan Looney's quote, "Be strong, be accountable, never complain." These words from Lieutenant Brendan Looney are what are expected of us as we continue on. To try, despite not knowing how to proceed, is the life we're called to live as officers. One of our classmates is leading by example already. One of our own, Riley Clautise, faced an injury over our last winter break, leaving him unable to walk. Despite facing the unthinkable, he continues to have a positive attitude and never complains. I use Riley as an example, but each of us has a story and a challenge that we have overcome to make it to this point. Many things in this life we cannot control, but we can always control how we respond. The sum of your character is not how many times you fall down, but how many times you're willing to get up and try again. They say we're the best and brightest, so 25, let's prove them right, because we already let it be known from the beginning, defeat was never an option. I'm excited for our bright future, and it's been an honor being your classmate. And I think Kendrick Lamar said this best, because they not like us. Thank you all. God bless. Prez out.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of our ceremony today, please rise for the singing of Navy Blue and Gold. Please be seated one last time. All right. From the class of 2026, their class president, Midshipman Brian Ceballos.
Members of the classes of 2026, 2027, and 2028, please rise. I propose 3 cheers for those about to leave us. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Please be seated.
Class of 2025, please rise. I propose 3 cheers for those we leave behind. Hip hip. Hooray! Hip hip. Hooray! Hip hip.
Spectators in the stands are requested to refrain from entering onto the stadium until the official party has had a chance to exit the stage and the Vice President on motorcade has departed. Thank you.
Like a Boston brief, right?
All right, we'll see you in June. All right.
I'm calling and make an appointment through the channel.
Yeah, good. Thank you. All right, Ms. Secretary, we'll see you when we get back. Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Saw you last out here bargaining the cross. It was colder that day.
Good to see you. Okay, yeah, good to see you guys. Thank you.
A wonderful celebration, the commencement of the 2025 graduates from the United States Naval Academy. Vice President JD Vance, a Marine veteran himself, standing there and shaking all of the hands of the new second lieutenants, ensigns, and the wonderful Marines and Navy midshipmen who are now off to be officers in America's fighting force. So congratulations to those graduating today. A lot of inspiration. Tomorrow, President Trump will be at West Point at the Black Knights, the U.S. Army Academy at West Point. It's going to be a wonderful celebration. So from Annapolis, Maryland to West Point, New York, or wherever your neck of the woods is, congratulations if you're graduating high school, college, or advanced degrees as well. It's hard-earned. It's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears and time and effort that you put into it, especially those who selflessly serve our great nation. God bless you. And thank you to our sponsors on the right side of history, amac.us, a great option for those who want to save money and save America, because this is a retirement group that, quite frankly, believes in what we believe in here at the network. You don't have to worry about those other ones with all their lobbyists and K Street and all of that nonsense. And even if you're not a senior citizen, you can still become a member for as low as $12 a year just by going to amac.us/RSBN. So this is a great way to prepare for your retirement and save the country at the same time. amac.us/RSBN. Thank you for sponsoring us, as well as Colonial Metals Group, another great retirement option. And you can scan that QR code now to shield your savings. We know the Chinese Communist Party and the games they play, not only against us, but against our friends in Taiwan, with the manipulation of currency to trying to buy up prime farmland around our military bases to those Confucius Institutes. But President Trump and Republican governors pushing back on that. But regardless, you might have properties, assets, 401ks, and IRAs. And even though this one big, beautiful bill passed that is going to be a good thing for the country, ultimately, you still have to think about your savings and how to beat inflation. Gold and silver, the best options. And this group, Colonial Metals Group, the absolute best in the business. freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Your go-to with no obligation. And DC's federal attorney, the judge, Jeanine Pirro, loves this group, as does many other patriots who care deeply about this country. And some exciting programming notes as well. My recent interview with Paul Stone, who was recently with Colonial Metals Group, is detailing why this is so important to you to have the tangible gold and silver, these metals that have stood the test of time. And as you get all your America First updates and exclusive offers right at rsbnetwork.com/newsletter, please enjoy this recent interview that I had with Paul Stone. We're joined by Paul Stone from Colonial Metals Group. Sir, thank you for joining us once again. I'd like to get your take on the House spending package and the bill that went into resolution and was ultimately passed. Somewhat of a surprise because it was just by that 217, 215 threshold. Shows how narrow that majority is for the Republicans.
Yeah, well, that was something to take note of. But they all voted for it except for one. You know, I'm torn. I'm a huge fan of Donald Trump. When I got to meet him at Mar-a-Lago at his first victory celebration, put together by Larry Kudlow's initiative that helped him and what created some of the blueprint that got him back to a victorious situation with the White House rather than a cantankerous situation. You know, I called him Braveheart. He's fighting an enemy that's already here. Sylvester Stallone had introduced him as the second coming of George Washington, but I told Mr. President Donald Trump that Washington was fighting a visiting army and navy. And this time around, Donald Trump is fighting an enemy that's already here. And so when I see that the debt ceiling needs to raise up by $4 trillion over the next 2 years, when I don't see, and I could be wrong, maybe this was adjusted, correct me please, no taxes on tips didn't make it into this one. I think it would be a larger conversation to get no taxes on Social Security, didn't make it into this one. But, you know, whenever you're going to do tax cuts, all you're really saying is the government's going to go without money it got from you. And that's a great thing fundamentally because we want a government that has to come to us and discuss big topics, right? They can't just print money. But if these days they're not getting money that they're used to getting, they're just going to print that money. And that's why the debt ceiling has to continue to raise up. So to me, and I'll end with this on response to your question, for someone who's just going to the ground with this, taking a farmer's approach, like just the plainest approach you could take to the economic numbers and the government and the economy and wages and inflation and the cost of commodities, just the simplest approach. If they are going to continue to print money, then they haven't cut any spending. They might be spending projectedly less than they had intended to before he came to town, but they're not cutting spending. And that breaks my heart because that's the only thing that saves the dollar and saves and continues and stops the worsening for the American family and the American individual.
And that's a good point because the Congressional Budget Office did say with this bill, as they scored it, that it could add to the deficit. There is part of that reconciliation package did have the no tax on tips, at least a form of that. But this was something that, you know, took kind of the last minute to get the whipped votes together in order for passage. So we'll see ultimately how President Trump addresses this when it gets to his desk. What do you think of his plans regarding the Trump gold card? So it's with Howard Lutnick at Commerce to re-envision the EB-5 visa, where these green cards and these worker cards would be basically sold at a price. They could be say that you have all these countries purchasing them with how they want to propose it. It could be up to $50 trillion for the United States, according to the administration. Then in turn, we have roughly a $36 trillion debt or so. How realistic do you think that could come about in the next few months or a couple of years from now?
I think it's an interesting idea, and this is what you want. You want this kind of thinking in the White House. You want entrepreneurial, think outside the box. How does our economy flourish? What brings benefit down to the people? You know, we want their paychecks to benefit. We don't just want the government to benefit. Reagan famously, I guess, was saying to Carter. Yeah, Carter. He said, you know, the people, the government doesn't have an inflation people. The people do. A problem. Right? Like the government doesn't care if there's inflation. They don't care. They print money. It's the people that suffer when they do print money. And so anything that can bring revenue into the country that isn't, you know, hurtful or harmful to the people that are already here is a great idea. My thought would be when I first heard that, great, let's stitch on for every person that pays the 5 million or whatever it was, billion or million, that they have to bring 10 people with them, 10 great people. That they open the door for 10 folks that have to deal with a 7-year naturalization process. You understand why these people just come across the Rio Grande? They've heard that it'll take 7 years for them to actually get to live here or be a citizen here. Who can go through that process if they aren't loaded in the bank? You know, they don't have big bank accounts. We want common, awesome people to continue to move here. It would help offset the core of our economic problem, which is 70 million people retired starting in 1997. So if you can just like focus on that for a second, we never had a retirement cost of any note until 1997, 98. Then all of a sudden, for the first time in American financial history, we had a gigantic loss from the productivity side and a new cost we'd never had before, gigantic cost that worsens every year. And now the whole planet's dealing with this and no one talks about it. There's 917 million human beings on Earth of the 8 billion that are over 70.
And to that point, that's really interesting to dive into because President Trump has said at the CPAC conference and recently in other speeches that he wants to protect Social Security as it stands. And that's a launch from the left. You'll hear a lot of that from Democrats on the offensive that Republicans want to dive into those funds. Are these funds sustainable ultimately? And how do we reform that and make sure that people are getting the benefits they've paid into, but also making sure we don't go bankrupt? Because even Elon Musk mentioned that during the cabinet meeting, that this is a moral issue. If the United States goes bankrupt, it's too soon, too late.
So I guess there might be a couple definitions for bankruptcy. One would be you're technically bankrupt. To me, the difference between Bernie Madoff and the federal government is that the federal government can print money. Imagine if Bernie could have printed money and paid those redemptions, those people wanting their money out of his fund. He would have never gotten discovered for what he was doing. But he couldn't print money, so he did get caught. So was he bankrupt? Did he go bankrupt? The government went bankrupt a long time ago. And if I could, I do have a Karl Rove approved whiteboard. And I've been talking about this all week. So when we look at real GDP, and I'll be quick, in 2021, the first year without Trump, GDP is $19.4 trillion. So if America Incorporated, and you counted all of its revenue, it did 19.4. In 2024, you can see there it did 23.4 trillion. So that's 4 trillion in GDP growth. Except you printed $8.8 trillion in those 4 years. So does that look like bankruptcy to you? Because that's not a profit. The economy shrank 4.4 trillion without the printed money. And then you look at the deficit for 2020, that 3 trillion folded into the 2021 numbers. 3 trillion just in 2020 alone. That folds into, I'm on the wrong hand here, the 19.4 million. I need more practice with this. So when we talk about bankruptcy, it's already there. It happened a long time ago. It happened in 2008, essentially, because without American printed money, we have a negative GDP for the last 17 years. So, oh my God, when do we feel this bankruptcy? When the ability to print money, when money has no more potency left in it, it's worth 2.7 cents today, the dollar. So when that potency reaches some mathematical place of half a penny, a tenth of a penny, maybe 1 penny. We don't know how long this actually lasts. And I know no one's talking about it. And you're sitting there going, how does Paul talk about this stuff like it's important when no one else who is important is talking about it? because I don't think they're aware of it. I really don't think they're aware of it. I know Warren Buffett is saying just keep saving $200 a month from every paycheck, and 40 years from now you'll have a ton of money. I don't think so, because the dollar when he started doing that was worth 80 cents. And today it's worth 3. So that's the resource that allows us to communicate today, and me to put on a suit and talk and had a breakfast and a lunch today. Without the printed money, you don't have any of this. You have Bernie Madoff.
Yeah, some fantastic points there. And do you think there should be a balanced budget amendment that Congress really has to push forward in order to streamline and stop some of this printing of the money? Because even when I look at now, I'm turning 37 relatively soon. I look in my lifetime, to your point, the devaluing of our currency and the fact that it's harder to own properties or even a first home for many in my generation, between the millennials and the Gen Zers, and even some older, because it's just their own stock and savings, their assets against inflation becoming harder and harder. So how does the average person really handle this and stand up to what's going on in United States and world markets?
Offenses win when they go where the defense isn't. So if we're just going to sign up, your demographic, your age group, your generation. If you're thinking, well, I'm just going to go the way I've seen other people go, I'm gonna maybe have to go to college, so I'll take on some debt, and then I'll get that degree, which pays me more money when I get out of college than if I just went to high school, and then I'll get that payroll going, and I'll save some money, and I'll buy a house. And it can't happen. Because as the government prints, young man, it causes the cost to go higher every year. It's the government that prints the money because it doesn't have the money to pay for Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare, all retiree-born costs. It doesn't have the money to pay those bills. And no one there is strong enough, long time ago, to say, hey, we need quality people to come here. When Social Security was created, there were 44 workers for a retiree. Today, there's 3. The government let all that slip. The government let all of that never get spoken about or worked on as a problem. When Reagan was president, he had the gravitas to come out and say, my fellow Americans, we need to invite good folks south of the Rio Grande to come live here. Although that might have sparked a little ire in people, and they may have been, and the politicians worried about sparking off some racism claims and all kinds of frenzy going off in America. But if they had come and said, here's the numbers, in 2025, your dollar's worth 3 cents, you have $36 trillion, and you'll have crazy presidents like Biden and Obama changing you to have your kids to have talks in elementary school about what sex they're going to be. I think everyone in America would have said, oh my God, yeah, let's talk about this. We are a country of immigrants. We need more workers. We need more people living here. We need to do it fashionably. So the government can't stop printing this money. So what if we didn't go into this gerbil wheel of financial misery and we moved to the country, maybe with our college degree, or didn't go get one, and we bought a small, tiny, meager house somewhere that we could afford it, and we actually found that happiness lived there too. Because how can you have happiness if you don't have peace? And you don't have peace if all you have is 7 days a week of stress and things that you want that you can't get, but you are the quality person to have those things, like homes and cars paid for and no credit card debt. If you're the quality person that could have all that and you can't, then that's misery. And we're not even in the top 20th happiest countries on the planet. Google the list. We're 23rd. Kuwait is happier than we are. Kuwait. So when you look at what the challenges are for you guys in those younger generations, it can only get worse, brother. It can only get worse because the government's design for approaching problems like these is to print money, which creates problems they can never solve. So long ago, when we were all dealing with life and the drought came, we dealt with it. We got through it. It ended. When the plague came, it sucked, and we lost lots of friends and family, but we got through it. It was temporary. The federal government isn't temporary, and that's why life can't change. So we have to change where we go. And this is the last shot. No one is going to bring probably more momentum, logic, reason, soundness than Elon Musk and Donald Trump and his administration against this slippage of erosion of American principles and fundamentals and just financial sanity. No one's going to bring a case harder against this momentum that they've been tracking on for over 30 years against us, the Americans that live here. It's evil. So last set of numbers, and on this point, just to articulate, in 1971, average income in America was $9,000, and guess how much a home cost? 18 grand. Twice your average income. How easy was that? It took 2 years to save to buy a house. And guess what? Mom didn't have to go to work or stay at work if she became a mom. She could check out of the workforce and raise kids because dad's income was enough. Today, the average home price is 440 grand. And it's skewed because there's a lot of printed money in these employment payroll numbers. But average income, if you kind of account for some of that, is around $48,000 a year. So the house is almost 10x your income. And it takes on average 8 years to buy a home. And those numbers are skewed because there's a lot of, if you catch that college degree and end up in financial services, there's only a few industries left in this country. And those are usually very high paying jobs. So it skews the numbers. But if we strip that out, you might think it takes 14 years to save for a down payment to buy a home. You come out of college at 20 something, you ain't buying a home until you're 36. Wow. That's American erosion. That's where the American dream has disappeared a long time ago. Now it's just a memory. Trump working his ass off to bring that back. But those are the numbers. And numbers don't care if you're yelling from a podium. Bad math only turns into good math with a ton of good math getting mixed in. Raising the debt ceiling $4 trillion over the next 2 years is not part of good math. It's part of reality, but not good math.
Oh, no question about that. The numbers don't lie. And it's affecting every other area of life. I mean, we have people getting married later, a population decrease, especially in certain demographics. And really, you only have people, I think maybe Tucker Carlson, Ron Paul, Rand Paul, perhaps Dennis Kucinich, Mike Lee, that come to mind instantly, who are really talking about how the debt is detrimental to the future of the culture and society as a whole. And as you mentioned, thank God for President Trump, thank God for Elon Musk, who are addressing it on top of all the other issues that they're facing between Doge, facing with the multitude of executive orders and then further legislation as well, roughly within give or take 40 days in office. Now, it's just breaking news as we're talking now, but you might have caught the meeting with President Trump, President Zelensky of Ukraine, and then that press conference that did not happen. The bilateral meeting looks like it failed, at least temporarily. And Mr. Zelensky left the White House. Apparently, he was speaking to President Trump, wanting to stay for that, but sparks flew in the Oval Office, and rightfully so, as this was not going to be an easy discussion. How does the talk of gold and silver and precious commodities come into play in a situation like this for any given individual in the United States?
Gold was $300 an ounce when the baby boomers started retiring at the turn of the century, and it's tapping on 3,000 an ounce today. So what does that say? That's just a measurement of the erosion. It continues to worsen with worldwide instability as governments everywhere struggle, fail. They fail at working with their people and their businesses and their economies to produce enough revenue to cover the costs of the country, because the whole world owes $303 trillion to itself. And so when we look at more specifically to Zelensky's behavior, he should have, his first step ought to have been, we are so grateful that we don't have to have a Russian flag flying over our capital today, and it's because of Europe and the Americans. And we'd really like this war to end and the slaughter of our brave men and women to stop. And we'd like to rebuild our apartment buildings and our power plants and our roads and stuff, schools and hospitals. Instead, he's kind of just acting like he's got it going on. He doesn't really need it. I mean, I understand Putin's the stronger, person in the room than Zelensky, right? So you gotta, I can see that Trump, perhaps, I'm just suspecting, is paying a little more airtime to that and recognizing that has to be featured and Zelensky has to be the beta and Putin kept as the alpha. and he's not liking that, but that's not going to go well. Wars and life itself is always, always, always about resources, access to resources and maintaining them. Why isn't Tom Brady throwing a football on an NFL field anymore? He lost the resource of youth. I lost the resource of hair. So when we look at how desperate all of this becomes for China, you know, they have more homes that no one lives in than we have homes in America. I think I have that right. It's so astounding. It's hard to believe. I've read it from a few different sources. They have more empty homes that no one will live in China than we have homes in America, total. So when you just look at how the world's just breaking apart, it's fracturing as our weakness continues, our financial dominance. So I think you need gold and silver because it's not money in the dollar. You need gold and silver because it's not money in some institution you have to rely on continuing to provide you with access to your money, or a bad Microsoft update goes down and the world bugs out and you can't get on a plane or a bus or get access to your funds. I mean, who knows? The world, with more and more tech, the world becomes more and more precarious on things it doesn't fully understand or control or see warning signs of before it breaks. At least a bridge will start sending little creaky sounds to you as you drive over it, that maybe it needs some repair work done. When software goes down, boom, it's out. And this move to cryptocurrency, if someone hacks your crypto account, is there an 800 number you can call to get it back? No. What are we talking about here? You can't hack gold and silver.
Yes, some excellent points from Mr. Paul Stone, CEO of Colonial Metals Group. And the proof is in the pudding. Since 1971, if you get the free gold guide, you can get that at freegoldguide.com/RSBN. It shows you how gold has gone up over 7,000% since the end of the gold standard by the Nixon administration in 1971 until just last year. It's never dipped down significantly. It's only been an upward trend. So thank you for the common sense points, and we look forward to having you back on Right Side Broadcasting Network live very soon. Thank you to Mr. Paul Stone.
Thank you for having me. You guys are doing incredible work. God bless you all, and I appreciate your courage and all your hard work.
Likewise, sir. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, getting ready to wrap up our coverage. Matthew Alvarez here in studio. Robert McNeely, of course, covering the Vice President's commencement speech at the Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland, earlier this morning. It's approaching the 1 o'clock hour, the top of the hour here on Friday, May 23rd, going into Memorial Day weekend. A lot of coverage coming up here on Right Side, including tomorrow. The President of the United States, Donald Trump, will be speaking and giving the commencement address to the Army grads in West Point, New York. You can catch our coverage in the morning. He will be speaking around 10:15 tomorrow, so hopefully we'll see you here watching that speech with us on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And then on Monday, President Trump will be taking part in the wreath-laying ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery in Virginia. So we'll have that coverage for you as well, whether uploaded on Rumble and other platforms or live. Still, we'll be able to bring that to you as soon as we get it here at the network. In the meantime, All Family Pharmacy, an absolutely awesome sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You can pay less for prescription medications, as you see there. We're talking 20% now up until the end of June. It's usually an RSBN 10% off code. Well, this time it's an RSBN 20% off. Ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, methylene blue. There are more than 200 essential medications ready for you. All you have to do is reach out to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, and you'll be able to get either in bulk or just pick a few medications or a bunch. It's whatever you need, whether it's amoxicillin, penicillin, hydroxychloroquine. It could be a number of essential medications, including antibiotics. So All Family Pharmacy is the place to do that. Also, MyPillow.com. If you're looking for that beach sale, it's 50% off. So all of the beach gear that you need for this summer is right there. So just go to MyPillow.com/RSBN, get 50% off all of these great products. And there's more than 2,000 products just on MyPillow.com alone. So have fun when you go over there to MyPillow.com/RSBN. Before we wrap it up, it's always fun to see where you guys are watching from. In the meantime, what I mean is just in the comments section, just which state are you watching from right now? In some cases, which country are you watching from live? So whatever platform you're watching on, always great to see you on Rumble as well. Go ahead and put in what state you're watching from right now here on this Friday, May 23rd. We may have more live coverage today as President Trump still has executive orders to sign from the White House. So as we get feeds, we will bring that to you here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Again, going to check out where you guys are watching from on Rumble and other platforms. Thanks again for sticking with us for this entire broadcast. We'll see you a little bit later. And also, we'll see you tomorrow morning as the President of the United States addresses the Army grads, the 2025 grads of the United States Army. I'm Matthew Alvarez. We'll see you in a little bit.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed, so join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
To celebrate our newest launch, Rev 7, I'm bringing you an amazing introductory offer, plus an exclusive overstock sale that you're not going to want to miss. Rev 7 is our premium energy drink that tastes great and gives you energy all day with no jitters and no crashes. That's because there's no sugar and no caffeine. I'm so sure you're going to love Rev 7 that for a limited time you can try our 3-pack absolutely free. Or check out our Percale bed sheets. I can't believe I'm even going to say this. Every color, every style, every size, only $29.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save 20% on our Rev 7 12-packs or try our introductory 3-pack absolutely free. And our Percale bed sheets, all sizes, only $29.88, even the queens and kings. Inventory is extremely limited, so order now.